Hello, happy Monday, welcome in. How are we doing? Cup Fritz, thank you for the 18 months, appreciate you. Mike, thank you for the prime, dude. Spooky, thank you for the 3 months. Oh, is that a tater cheap? Oh God, one of my lights isn't turning on. Oh God. Oh God, I'm freaking out, man. Okay, there we go. Hope everyone is good. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Hello, Mr. Tater. Thank you for the 51 months, dude. What up, friends? What up, Crow? Ann, Blackjack, Silly Banana. What up, Megs, Macy, Callie, Endless? Oh, it's game time. What'd you say? Did you say you came in quiet this time, Endless? Yeah, I saw that. Nonchalant. After the first day of yard work this spring. Oh, but you know, there's something about the yard work though. I don't know, man. I don't do a lot of it, but when I do it though, you feel good. All nonchalant stuff. Hello, friends. Kona, thank you for the 28 months. Hello, how are you? Disciple, thank you for the 3 months. How are we doing, friends? Oh, it's gonna be a fun day. It's gonna be fun. One of your favorite creators, Ashley. I appreciate that. What up, Juju? Hot friend. There's someone standing behind you. No, there's not. There's nobody back there. It's all a mirage. You guys are just confused. It's okay. You had too much coffee. That's your problem. I think that's the issue. I'm doing well, friend. How are you? What is the weekly this week? I don't remember. We'll find out together. Hey, Rain, how are you? Courtney, welcome back. Thank you for the 18 months, friend. What up, Zero? Great relief from winter. We get a lot of snow and dreaded cold up here. Fair. Yeah, not fun. Not fun. I mean, it was all cold this morning and today. I'm like, what the hell, man? If you're going to be warm, stay warm. I don't know what this drastic back and forth crap is. Vampire, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you. Been watching for a while. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Hello. Happy 420 to those that celebrate. There you go. I do not, but if you do, I hope you had a great day. Had a good one. I did have a good one. Yeah. What up, Nix? Hello. How are you? Long day at work. Pretty beat. Got 2 more days and then I'll be on a short vacation. There you go. Very nice. Got your Snoop Dogg shirt on. I have my old Halloween shirt on. I don't know if I don't think that helps, but maybe it does. I don't know. Vaughn, thank you for the 18 months. What up, Trisha? Today is going to be the weekly challenge, and then we have a change of plans, and there's a reason for it. It's because it's a time issue. Time issue meaning that we're not going to be able to play the game for a little bit if we don't play it today. So we start with Phasmo, and then we are switching over to a new co-op horror game that's in playtest right now called Last Pirates. It looks like a pirate version of like Repo and Lethal Company. So today is the last day to play test this thing. And we're like, we got to get in there before it goes away for a little bit. So that's what we're doing. Gabby, hello. I'm excited, man. Watch for a while. I've been so busy, but now I'm free. So I'm able to watch, play, hang out. Let's go, Banana. I am playing with Mr. Mighty Chingus. I am playing with The Break of Daylight. I am playing with Mr. Bearded Baron. Oh, it's going to be fun. Did you get sent a demo for the Trees Hate You? No, it was on itch.io. It is not available on Steam right now. Nope, itch.io. Yeah, it should be fun. Now, I'm hoping that everything works out. We will have fail safes in place. If voices aren't working, well, I'm sure we can use Discord if we have to. We'll figure it out. But I opened the game. It looks good so far. There's another game that I do want to play that is not horror related in any way, shape, or form. That I've been watching people play today, and it's just, I don't know, man, it's itching my brain in a good way. It's the one that's on Switch. What the hell was the name of it? There's a game that is out on Switch. I don't know when it came out. It was the Tomodachi Life or whatever it's called. Dude, that looks great. I kind of want to try it. I kind of do. Do you know when the next drops are going to be? No, but we're guessing right now that the drops are probably going to happen like probably during the Alan Wake stuff. We're guessing that's what's going to happen. We don't have a definitive answer for you yet, but we'll see. Look out the trees behind you. Listen, man, PTSD. Thank y'all for the hype train, friends. I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and open Phas right meow, and we're going to get going. We got to do this weekly so we can get it done, get out of there, and then get into games with these bunch of crazy beans. Thank y'all for the subs. Thank you for the biddies, friends. Appreciate you. I don't know what the weekly is. I'm going to be honest. I don't remember. We're going to find out together. Hey, what's up, Hallow? How are you? Meow, 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 meow. Tamagotchi Life on Switch 2 is incredible. It looks really cool. Yeah, it looks really neat. So we'll see.
Welcome back.
All right, let's take a little lap real fast. Let's take a lap. I believe audio only. Oh, the challenge? Okay. All right, let me get those a-cracking. All right. Those look good. Those look good. All right. Thank God this is almost gone, man. We're so close. We're so close. 23 hours, literally less than a day, and it's out of here. It's cool to have different stuff in the lobby, but man, this is one of the ones where I feel like I'm not that eager to have it. So, yeah, I'm not going to miss the nesticles that much. We'll see how it goes. Jokestar, thank you for the 4 months, dude. Been gambling for a while in the weekly. Wait, what do you mean? Ah, it is audio only. Very true, friends. Very true. What up, Cursed? How are you? Wasn't really into the Phasmo event. Nah, that's not this one. No, not really. No. Macy, thank you for the gifted to Bucket. What's up, Abigail? How are you? Oh, man. Lavender, welcome in. Hello. Crimson. Yeah, the Halloween event is good because you know the ghost is going to be X amount faster. It's not like, oh, you randomly hit these stupid bunnies that are jackalopes that speed or slow down the ghost. It's like, I don't even go for them. Yeah. We managed the challenge pretty easily. Easy Street. I guess we'll see how it goes, man. We're gonna get rocking though. We're not gonna waste too much time here. The event causes more problems than yeah, there was a lot of problems on this time around. Yeah. Onward! What up, Logic? How are you, friend? Bloodwing, thank you for the 5 months. Hey, listen here. Hey, don't you start. Hey. No, I did not. Hockey, thank you for the 13 months. No, I didn't. Not yet. God damn. This week's challenge is audio only. We've managed to get a hold of some extra audio equipment. You'll have to use your ears on this one for 5K at the Bleasdales. There's the player settings. There's the ghost settings. There's our contract. And if we come over here, we can see the equipment that we have, which means we are out of a thermo, UV, video camera, sanity meds, sound recorder, tripod. Okay. We have a crucifix. We have incense. So that's good. And we have the igniter to go with the incense. We didn't just get shafted on one side of it. So yeah, should be good. I don't know. I say should be good. Probably not. I'll probably be getting all the ones that need all the evidence that I'm missing. Hey, Trevor, welcome in, dude. What's up, Mia? How are you? Hello. We got double trolled in this challenge by 2 demons. Oh, you listen here. Hey. You cannot use. Nightmare style. Thank you, Vaughn. Why is the sound recorder not part of the audio? I don't know. We have an audio only challenge, but for some reason we don't get the sound recorder. That does seem like a oopsie doodles. I have a feeling this is going to be fixed, probably not for another 6 months. Thank you, Red. We use the sound sensors to find the ghost room since there's a 5-minute setup timer. That's not a bad idea. If Ghosty's not being very active, that's kind of smart. Yeah, we'll do something probably pretty similar. Okay. What am I at? Bleezies? Bleezies. Okay. We'll do the things, man. We're going to get right into it. You pray that I get 3 banshees. I don't know if that's good or bad. What is the starting sanity? So starting sanity is 100. We get all 3 evidence and a music box. Hey, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay. All right, I'll send that guy. We're good to go. No one's doing drops, Bonanza. Nobody is. If you're looking for Twitch drops for Phaz, they don't exist right now. There isn't any. Yeah, 5 minutes setup timer. So hopefully we'll find the ghosty in that time. Hey, Chimera, think of the 2 months. All right, let's go, man. Let's get into it. What do you mean, what? The fart thing? Hi, Phoenix. I feel like they should create a schedule maybe for drops. No, they shouldn't, because then they won't be able to live up to it. They should not do that because dates change all the time. If they make a schedule and then it's just going to be, you guys said that it was going to be on this day, and then it doesn't happen. No, I think it's fine. I bless you with at least 2 easy ghosts. Unseen, thank you. I do appreciate that. I need it today. You have spice drops? Okay. All right. All right, spice drops. I have hard candies. Oh, the ghost is every time in the same room, and that's the side path. You had the ghost in the side path every time? Yikes. Well, let's see if that happens to me. All right. We have Billy Lavender, which means we can go ahead and cross off 2 of our ghosties. I do have a flashlight. It's a tier 2, but it'll do. Now, let's see. Parabolic for sure. And then I'm thinking the EMF. I think that's going to be the way. Can I see where my juice is? Oh, of course it's upstairs. Gosh dang it. Can you explain the paramic? Sure. The parabolic microphone, the power starts on. Was I not paying attention enough? Wait a minute. Was that the ghost? Oh, yes. Is that in here or over there? I think it was over here. I will explain it, I promise. So the parabolic microphone, depending on which tier you're using, has the ability to hear a certain distance away. So this one and the tier 1 have the ability to hear 20. Well, sorry. No, but that's yeah. Hold. Backpedal. Each paramic is different. The tier 1 has the ability to hear 20 meters away. The tier 2 and the tier 3 are able to hear 30 meters away. The difference between tier 2 and tier 3 is that tier 3 can hear the floor above and below. So this one is tier 2. It can only hear on the same floor. It cannot hear above and below. So unfortunately, it is what it is. Hey, Fogel, how are you? So I love the tier 3. The tier 3 is wonderful. It helps us on the large maps a lot. Now, if Ghosty is in here, maybe? It's not setting the... Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? I'm not sold. It's throwing stuff, but it might be through the wall. How do you know where it's coming from? What floor? Well, you can know where it's coming from because there's literally on tier 2 and 3, there's a little circle that shows you in front of you how far away it is. Have you played Phaz before by chance? And then tier 3 has an arrow pointing. Tier 3 has an arrow pointing up or down to let you know if it's upstairs or downstairs. Oh, wait, am I sitting here with a tier 3? So this is the tier 3 parabolic. Don't mind me. I haven't chugged enough coffee. Tier 2 doesn't give you that pretty little layout. Sorry. I saw all the low tier equipment and for some reason my brain was like, oh yeah, you don't have a good one. Yeah, we do. Game. You're not walking outside. Are you throwing that through the wall? It's Monday. Yeah, it's Monday. I'm sorry. Ah, maybe you're in here, hotshot. Maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's helpful. I don't have a thermo, so this is gonna be a little tough. Interesting looking tier 2. Shut up. It's Monday. Leave me alone. Ah, there you are. Cool. Okay, groovy. That is helpful. We don't have a thermo, so I can't check temps, and it's also not giving my breath right now. So it kind of is what it is, but we can use the motion sensors. We can do it that way. Let's turn that off. Where are you? And then whenever I see that motion sensor go off, I know I'm on top of the ghost. Where are you? Are you here? There you go. There's one. Hi, Dorito. Yeah, my brain was just telling me tier 2, tier 2, tier 2. How's Dot's audio? Do you not hear that? Does that not sound like audio to you? That stupid buzz we have to hear all the time? I would call that audio. Yeah, that one right there. Hear it? Come on, Josie. We got to get out of here. Let's go. Sucks. Where are the arrows? Well, you're not going to see it if I'm on the same floor. If I'm on the same floor, there is no arrows. You have to be either, the ghost has to be above or below. So if I went upstairs and we heard it, then the arrow would be pointing down. Yeah, detector of sound, exactly. All right, I've got all my equipment in there. That's unfortunate. So we have spirit box. Okay. So I can't, I could hope and pray that we get an EMF 5er, which is possible, I guess. If you're playing with another player, you can check for orbs because you do have the tier 1 head cams, which is nice, but if you're playing solo, obviously that's not very helpful. If it throws the writing book, that'll be helpful because then we don't have to worry about that. God, I still have time. All right, give me this, give me this. What are their options here? Galu's possible. Okay, give me the salt. Trade dots for sound recorder, I believe. No beehive? Yeah. You saw an EMF 5 in the activity. Did you take a screen grab or a clip of it by chance? Damn. Still haven't messed with that, huh? All right. We might be forcing a hunt for this thing. Let's make sure we can see where it's walking. Wow. What a hooker. Just turn my power off. 5 minutes at a time, it feels like a lot. We play. Yeah, it can be. All right, well. Not a gin. There it is. Okay. So we'll place this one here. I'm gonna let that linger. I'm gonna go get my flashlight. Josie is a miniature golden doodle. Yeah, unfortunately the power is all the way upstairs. No, the ghost won't write in the book after throwing it. If it throws the book, then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Ghosty. Stippy steppies. Hello. What the hell? Are you walking around the stuff? I'm trying to be patient and wait for this so we can check for some Galoo. What's up, one guy? How are you? Kate, thank you for the 16 months, by the way. And Hazy, thank you for the 4. I appreciate you guys. All right, fine. You want me to put one here? I'll put one here. Ah, drinker, eh? Can't be a wraith, can you? Oh, you could be. Do it. Do the thing. Do the thing. Since I put the salt down, they have not walked back towards these, so I don't know for sure. I could just spam the crap out of salt. Never mind. Damn it. Damn it. I'd say that's longer than 2 seconds. Okay, so there's one gone. More things happening that are not EMF 5s. Okay. Is a shade a possibility? No. Shade's off the table. Beard and Beans, hello. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Could you throw the book, please? My God. OMG, think of the 2 months. Jackie, think of the 33. What are you guys doing? No Rafe. No, not a Rafe. Not a Rafe. It might just make you hunt, homie. We're going to play this game. I got to turn the power back on, though. Mind explaining the Galu with the salt? Sure. So when the Galu steps in salt initially, when you have not used any other protective equipment, when the Galu steps in salt, there's roughly a 2 to 3 second buffer where you count to 2 or 3. After that point, the Galu cannot step in any more salt until it has hunted and has changed its phase, aggression, if you will. So that's why before it even hunts, before it uses a crucifix, before you smudge, you get it to walk in salt. You count to 3, get it to walk in salt again, and then you can go ahead and cross it off. Yeah. All right, so the juice is loose again. Still no 5. Still no book. I'm going to do this. We're going to go back to the truck real quick. I need the ghost to interact with the book. I'm feeling it's not going to be EMF 5. I can't check for UV. There's a juice loose about the hoose. 86. Our sanity's draining really slowly too. So we could use the music box on top of ourselves. I mean, also I'm not seeing dot. Okay, that's not helpful. I'm also not seeing dots. Give me these. Give me this. Yeah, that's the best I can do, I think. And then I'll just bring up backup smudge. What if I told you I'm the ghost? I wouldn't believe you. Only ghosts can gift 100 subs. No, I can't check for UV. I can't even check for it. All right. There we go. So we got our smudge. Let's go get the music box because we know this is inevitable at this point. Yeah, flashlights. No UVs. Oh. That's all right. We got hiding right there. Place that down there for now. Hey, did you do the thing? No, we haven't messed with a single book, have we? We're in a room with a lot of items, which is really unfortunate. Really, really, really unfortunate. Hey, Bird, how are you? Kay! Excuse you, you're gonna burst these lights. You suck! Oh. Oh. You sucker. I was gonna use that. He also blows. Okay. All right. Hi, Mr. Chinggis. Oh, it's not interacting with the things. We're just gonna make it hunt. Hello, sir. Oh, that's dicey AF. It's in here now. Have you officially moved? Ghost fat. Ghost fat. Really, I'm just using the dots as light to be able to see the book. Also, give me this. You think it's freezing? What's telling you it's freezing? Because you have zero indication that it's freezing unless you're using a thermometer. How much saying he's getting hit by the ghost fart take again? 10. It'll never be 20 because the Oni can't do that. His name is Iceman. He would know. Now you're back in there? Bruh. Okay. Well, let's risk for bisques, shall we? Give me this, give me that, give me that. Where's the music box? All right, game on. You know what? Wait. I'm draining my sanity. What the f... Wait a minute. That's unfortunate. The time it took when it got to the music box and started the hunt was awkwardly long. And I remember Zero talking about something with the yokai, but I thought it was only when you were like standing on top of it. Normal ghosty. That might have been a crap test for a yokai too, but I'm gonna try that one more time. That ghost walked to the music box and it took a hot minute before it decided like, okay, now I'm actually gonna hunt. But let's pretend, okay, well, let's do it like this. Let's say we don't have EMF 5 and let's say we don't have dots. If we don't have dots, then it can't be a yokai, right? If we're just saying what we don't have, and it's not messing with the book either. So possibly Onryo? Could it be a mimic? I can't check for ultraviolet. I can't check for, hold on, something on my screen. I can't check for freezing. Yeah. I mean, it could be. Oh, good job. Is the Onryo hunting after 3 flames bugged? I believe it still is. Was that Ninja? Did you think you saw them? Yeah, you need 2 players for orbs to check for them, unless it's outside. When I was outside, you thought you saw it? No. Imagine. Hold on, I'm gonna stand here for a second. If you did, that's a damn good spot because I wasn't paying attention. I was just charging into the house. Hey, Roxanne, how are you? Trey, thank you for the 2 months. Mystic, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello. Went back and watched the music box. That's normal behavior since you set it on the ground. But that seems so long, though. Even setting it on the ground, I feel like when the ghost walks to it, that, like, it stopped walking and you could, like, count, like, 1, 2, 3 before it actually started hunting. That seems so long. You 2 players for Mimic Goryo. Technically, you can get the Goryo. It's just a matter of ruling out every other ghost. Yeah. All right. Right now, this is my gut. My gut's telling me Onryo. That's my gut. You don't understand the twin curve? It's not a very common occurrence anymore. Wanted to peek. The twin curve used to be a much more popular thing. It does sound like it's throwing a lot. No. Hey, excuse me. It does sound like it's throwing a bunch. We'll have it hunt one more time just to be sure. It's the weekly challenge. He went to take a nap. I'm pretty tired. Guess I'll go home now. I'm gonna have him walk into the tea room. I think that's our plan because there's so many items in here. He should be going Nanner sandwich in here. Both these still on the table. It wouldn't be technically with this stuff gone, but you know, it's worth a look-see. Why not? What was I explaining before? I'm so sorry. I squirreled. I squirreled and lost it before. I've been playing Phas a few years. Once the ghost is within range, it starts to demand. It'll do that for 5 seconds before starting the hunt, as long as it doesn't collide with the music box first. Not a yokai. I don't think it's throwing enough to be a Pulte, man. It's barely throwing anything. Kind of sticking with my gut here. We could be wrong, but it's worth a try. Play other games? I do. You should check out the playlists on the channel. Yep. The evidence? All I have is Spirit Box. That's all I got. Because we're not getting dots. Has it messed with the writing books at all? Nope, not at all. We're not getting EMF 5. Yeah, it's being quite a weenie. Quite a weenie. Let's see, is it over here? It might not even be over here anymore. It sounded like it started around the corner. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? My breath is in here, so it's there. It went back into that room anyway. All right, I say we go for it. Based on what we know. Oh, mail. Based on what we know and what we don't know, we're going to go on Rio. What up, Crazy Bear? I'm good. How are you? Yeah, we're not getting any EMF 5s. The ghost is normal speed. It hasn't changed once. It could technically still be a mimic. But no dots, no EMF 5, no writing. We're going on Rio. I could sit there and beat my head against the wall trying to figure out what the ghost is, but we're just gonna go for it. Yeah. Oh, there's no room change in this one. Oh, interesting.
Welcome back.
I'd say we were there long enough to check for those and we weren't getting it. So that's just process elimination at that point. Nice. All right, let's do it again. Round 2. Process elimination.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Why is he talking to the game?
I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost
What?
sighting.
I don't know what that means. All right. Thomas. Well, that gets rid of our Banshee and Diane again. Let's go ahead and do this just in case we get some lucky orbs. You know, odds are obviously low, but it's always worth a try. It's always worth a try. Nothing. All right, cool. Give me this. Power is straight ahead, which is great. And we're going to bring you. And we're going to bring you. Let's rock. Why are those cameras so glitchy? I don't know. They've always been that way. I'm not really sure. Not really sure why that's never been fixed. Wait, power starts on though, right? Yeah, there we go. All right. Now we got to find the ghosty. We have 5 minutes. 5 minutes to find it. How's the name get rid of it? Because those 2 ghosts have to be female ghosts. And because the ghost name is Thomas Myers, we know that it can't be them. All right, let's go stand up here, actually. This is a better idea. Let's go up here. Because if we're up here, then we can hear below and above. Because if the ghosty's in the attic, I can't hear that through the parabolic if we're on the first floor. Ever notice how large the benches are here? Maybe we're just really small. It's hard to say, man. Ghosty, a little bit of noise, please. We're just kind of hovering it right at the moment. I can't check for temps. It's in the attic. Son of a bitch. Well, that ain't good. Time for some choo-choo trains. Where are you? Are you here?
Taken away.
Mother ever. How many ghosts thus far? This is ghost number 2. Ghost number 2. We're going to take this and we're going to go straight ahead and drop it over there. So that way, in case the ghost starts hunting, we can hear it coming at us. It's taking a wee. I'm gonna leave that there. Yeah, that'll work. Didn't miss much. No, you're good. At least we're getting an evidence, thank God. Oh, Disaster Kitty, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Hello. That looks like EMF 5, and I was not evented on. But Pulte is on the table. Let's pretend, though. Let's pretend that it's not a Pulte. So I'm going to bring salt. Double salt, actually. And we're going to bring this, because my goal is to get rid of the Gallo and get rid of the Wraith on this run. So if we get the Gallo, if it's a Gallo, if we get it to walk in salt, count to 3, lay down another salt. If it walks in that salt, it's not a Gallo. I tell the difference between hunts and events. Experience, the more you play. If the ghost is in physical form, if the ghost is not in physical form, you know it's an event and not a hunt because they have to be in physical form. If the front door shuts and locks, then you know that it's a hunt. Are you done yet? Baron got this done in like 10 minutes. You know, what the mother effer? Do you realize you're speaking on your normal count? This mother... I'm also not walking in, causing a hunt with the music box, and circling the piano for 5 minutes. Is that what he did? I'm guessing what he did. Is that what he did? I didn't see it. Is that what he did? Hey, buddy. Hey. Good to see you. I'm like secretly calling him out. It's probably what he did. Okay, there's one. I'll place another one there. Place another one here. Another one here. Another one there. It's walking more. Look at that. All right, so it's not a Wraith. It's not a Gallo. Spirit or twins. All right, let's make it hunt. Going back to my corner. Love you. I'll be done soon. This is number 2. And then we're going to go on to number 3. I think on the next one, I might even cause an instant hunt. I don't know. We'll see. What is the challenge? The challenge is audio only. The speed should give it away because we... Ooh, unless it's a Pulte. Let's get a smudge just to be sure. Because that EMF 5 that I saw might not have been EMF 5. It might have actually been a Pulte doing Pulte things. But we can be sure of that. Give me this, give me this, give me this. It's a Dio. I sure as hell hope not. Not with what we found out so far. Okay. Granada. Draining my sanity just in case we need to hunt again. I want my sanity to be low enough to where I can hunt us again. So I wait for the end of the song and then I throw the music box down to break it. It sounds like it's kind of throwing a lot. Right? Here, get in here. Get in here with some stuff. I would almost bet Pulte. Dude, that thing was throwing a lot. Sound pretty throwy? I think we should go for it. If we're right, then that just proves why you have to make sure that EMF 5 on the board is an EMF 5. It sounded very throwy. Very throwy. So if it's not an EMF 5, what does our Polter give us? Spirit box, ultraviolet, ghost writing. I am not waiting around for writing. No. If we're wrong, that sucks, but I'm going to go with Pulte. Watch it be a Myling. No, if it's not a Pulte, my guess would be that it's a spirit. If it's not. I'm hoping those throws were actually Pulte throws. Let's go. Yeah. So what we thought was EMF 5 on the chart was actually the Pulte doing 2 things at once and making it look like an EMF 5, which can be tricky, which is why if you get EMF 5, make sure it's EMF 5. All right, cool. Number 3. Let's go. Yes, sir. All right, do I cause an instant hunt on this one? Do we just go for it?
And prepare accordingly
Jerry?
before starting the investigation.
But Sandy?
I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost sighting.
These cameras are so effed. Full send it? I think we go for it. You know, the power's already on. Maybe I just do hopes and prayers that it, oh, I'm gonna have the lights on though. I'm not gonna be able to get spirit box. Look at the big brain on Brad. Oh, if it's a Dio, that'd be so nice. Oh, that'd make me happy. We'll try. But Sandy, you can't just walk out of a drive-in. All right. Let's go put this over here. My ears are deceiving. Like, do I swear to God, it sounds like I can hear a waterfall like 1,000 meters away right now. Oh my God. Maybe bring the parabolic. You know what? It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think that's smart. Just in case. Hey, Dominican, thank you for the super chat, dude. Kids got me playing every night I watch you, so I learned how to play. Let's go. If you ever have questions, friend, always feel free to answer. I mean, ask, and then I'll answer? Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay. Ah! No, I have room. Let's do the salt. There we go. You prestige today. Nice. How's it going? Watch the ghost be in the room with us. We're going to give this a try and hope this works. What is this? Jeopardy? All right. No, we'll just go ahead and put, you're going to circle this way. That's fine. And then I'll put another one down here in a minute. Okay, do that guy there. Okay, let's go get the stuff at the door. Got them running shoes on? No, it's fine. It's... Like, I swear to God. Like, am I losing it? What did I just hear? All right. Listen, if you spawn right next to me, I'm going to crap my drawers. Okay, I have no idea where it is. Oh my God. It's a little out of tune. It could use a once over. Oh, you are so normal, dude. Oh, are you a djinn? Wait a minute. No, you're not. But wait. Wait. But it was still that fast even when the electronics were gone. This was off. When it was speeding around, it started normal speed and then it gunned it. Okay, I need to hear that hunt again. I hope that I drain my sanity enough to the point where it hunts again. That was weird. Super strange. No, it's not a Revy because it started off normal walking speed. Revys don't do that. Chucking jugs. Obombo, I don't think it's Obombo either because it sounded normal speed. And Obombo is never normal. Obombo is either slow or fast. But I'll hear the speed again without any line of sight and we'll see from there. chill, Verse. It's been a minute. No, you're good. My sanity should be low enough. I would assume. Unless, oh no. Oh no. Is it the 5-minute timer? Oh, there we go. That's normal. Now wait. Watch. I needed to F off. Did it? That was a gym sprint. Did it just have so much line of sight that it maintained that sprint speed? Yeah, you hear that? See that speed up there? Yeah. I'm taking my parabolic. I'm getting out of here. This guy sucks. Could be a gen. I think it's a gen. Hold on. Before we leave. Not today. Yeah, I think it's a gen. Get us out of here. Dude had wheels. It was just the weirdest thing. I didn't think that he had that much line of sight on me to maintain that speed, but I guess he did. Yeah, at the second he saw me, increase instantly. For sure. We're going Jennifer. Jennifer. Or as my wife calls him, Jim. Jim. Tufio, thank you for the follow, man. Jim. That first hunt really deceived me. I wasn't sure what was going on because it wasn't Obambo. It wasn't like Moro. It wasn't any of that. So it didn't make any sense. That's why we have it hunt again, maybe even 3 times just to be sure. So the Jin is normal 1.7 meters per second speed. Normal speed until it sees you and you're over 3 meters away. If you are more than 3 meters away from the Jin, it will sprint. It will instantly sprint at you. It will not just do a gradual speed up with line of sight. It will go from 1.7 to almost like double speed. Or maybe it is. I don't know. But there's our 5K. It's done. Nice. Jimothy. Jimothy. All right. That means we are done with the weekly, which means it is time for us to move on. It is time for us to move on to something brand new. Tried the weekly challenge. The very first light I clicked shut right. Oh, let's go. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there you go. Maya Bella, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. All right, let me get this game open and hopefully everything just works the way we want it to. Brand new, as in play testing new, as in it goes away after today for them to do some more testing on it before they, I guess, release it for like another beta test or anything like that. Yeah. Playlist, there is Bean. Yeah, do exclamation point playlist. Yeah. All right, we just need to check on our other beans. Mr. Baron. Oh. Is that the name? What the hell? There it is. All right, let me change the title and all the things. New co-op horror. Last Pirates. Do they have a category already by chance? It'd be super dupers if they did. They do. They do, they does. Yes, this is, you need to think of this like a pirate version of Repo. Playing with somebody? Oh yeah, we're playing with some peeps. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bud. I have played zero, like the time I have in this was opening it to make sure that it was good. So I will get to experience all of this for the first time with these homies. All right, while that's doing that, let me update this and then I'll be ready to go. Pirate Repo, take my money. I like the little characters. The little characters are cool. For sure. All right, let me adjust this and I'll be ready to go. Waiting on Baron. No, I mean, technically he was kind of waiting on me. And then we're going to be joined by Chingus, and we're going to be joined by Break of Daylight. All right. I'm just adjusting my titles and things. Don't mind me, Mr. Quinn. Haunted ship. Get your pirate jokes. We don't need any pirate jokes. Hello, Mr. Rafa. How are you, sir? Welcome, welcome. We're doing a new game, Rafa. All right. There it is. Am I correct with the thought that this game is not released yet? That is correct. It is currently in playtest. That is correct. Okay. All right, that looks good. All right, I think I'm good. Now I just need to know, I mean, I could host. I don't know if it matters. Oh my God. You sick sons of bitches. Bella, thank you for the 3-month Prime, friend. I could host. Hold on, let me open Discord. Have I played Red Dead? I played the first one. I do want to do a playthrough of the second one because I've never done it. I'm probably going to go ahead and run ads right now. This is actually probably a really good time for this. If I run ads now, then we won't have them for an hour. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, you'll be Gucci. Okay. So in the midst of that ad time, we're going to spend that 3 minutes figuring out all this and making sure that everything is good to go. Okay. 3 minutes, friends. 3 minutes. Okay. I guess host. If you played part 2, I'll definitely watch. Okay. Let's see. Do that there. Do that there. Now, Break might not be joining right away. She's gonna join. She will join. Just might be after a little bit. I don't know if the audio is good. They might be super loud. I don't think there's a lot of control over it, so we're gonna do our best. We will see. If you did a playthrough of Red Dead, I'd watch the crap out of it. I've thought about doing it as like an offline thing. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Definitely worth it. I know. Should be ready in 30ish. You're good, Break. You're good. I knew you're good. My earbuds are ready to deafen. I don't know how loud I get. We'll see. I don't know, man. Chingus, you are not even in here yet. The nerve. I also don't know if my camera's in the best location. So we'll see. If there's information that needs to be had, then you guys can let me know. Look, I can't. I hope that's right.
What?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Why is my name Quiche?
Does that say Quiche?
God, my name's Quiche.
Why the hell are you Quiche?
I didn't pick Quiche.
No, I know it is. And that's okay. It's not the biggest deal in the world that it's showing. I'm not that that doesn't bother. I don't have anything to cover it. Really, there should be a way to automatically hide it. I could throw an image. Hold on, I have an idea. Why the hell are you Quiche?
I don't know. I'll be right back.
Okay, bye Quiche.
Bye, Flash.
Everyone say bye to Quiche. What if I use I was like, oh man, who the hell is that? That was Chingus. Hold on. Is this actually going to save as a PNG?
Okay, for the record, I'm not quiche this time.
Okay, quiche.
No, really, I'm not quiche. That's Baron's quiche. Oh,
Baron
wait,
is
no.
quiche? What the? Baron?
No. No, I just checked his stream. He's not. That's not him.
All right, the new idea. I'm gonna start a new lobby. Easy peasy. I have the censored thing there. I still see quiche. I don't know who the hell that is. All right, post. All right. There we go. All right. New code. You just have to remind me to turn the censor off. Baron is still trolling. Well, if he joins as quiche now, then we know it's him. Oh, wait. Is he trolling? What you mean? Oh, is he trolling in Phas? Is that what you mean? Is Baron joining too? He is. He is. He was burning some time with some Phasmo in between. Some random joined, I guess. I don't know. Is somebody watching? Yeah. New code. Censored. Someone kept getting the code to their game by reflect. Oh my god, dude. That's so sweaty. Hi, Mr. Ching. Don't you hey, don't censor me.
Oh.
I'm a big boy. Do you hear me? I hope. Now listen, the audio I heard in
There's
game.
no push to talk.
No, there's not. So we're just gonna have to deal. The microphones I heard in the gameplay sounded fine. So maybe it's just the lobby. That sounds a little bit like walkie-talkie.
Yeah, it definitely does not sound like great quality, but
No.
we can assume.
We will see. Listen, I'm willing to try, and then and we'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, I'm willing to try too. I even brought my quiche.
Not the quiche. People are voting right now based on the sound alert. I don't know if you heard that or not. Quiche 2 has entered chat. Yeah, it boggles my mind that, like, I guess whenever people add that, like, voice chats, that they don't immediately have ways for you to turn voice on and off and things like that. Boggles me. It boggles me. All right.
I had this guy in chat the other day telling me that I should try push to talk on actual Steam.
I've tried that before and it didn't work.
Oh, imagine.
Do we know if Mr. Baron is going to be ready soon? Break said she'll be ready in like 20 to 30 because she's going to be getting started soon.
Hold on, I'll give him some shit.
Okay, thank you. You need to see your bearded friends thing right now. What is he doing? What is he doing? I'm pulling it up on my phone.
I got it.
Why are they asking him if he's a witch? He said, "You're a witch." He said, "You're a witch. I can tell." What the hell?
Warlock.
What the hell? Saw on your 24/7 channel that I can just pocket an item, bring it over to the EMF reader for the reading. Damn right you can. There's a timer on that item when it gets thrown. You pocket it, you take it over to the EMF reader, turn it on, and you can check for EMF 5. Yes, sir.
That's a beautiful thing.
It is beautiful. I'm very interested to see how this is going to go. The only thing I did was I loaded up the game. I hit start just to see like how it looks, the flow, and it looks pretty crisp. It looks pretty nice. It's just a matter of what it's like for us. Oh, you're changing your color. Oh, I see. Can hold that item all day. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Had to let the randomers know he's a witch. Yeah, I saw that. I pulled it up on my phone. Yeah. Yeah, this game, after tonight, basically, after tonight, it's going to be gone till May because this is, they're closing the playtest. And I was just given the codes like today or yesterday late. Baron shall not be long. He's taken a wee. I don't want to jump in. I'm afraid, I don't know how long this is going to take. I don't want to like jump in with just us and then And then, yeah. Sorry, Quiche. Whoever the hell that is.
Fuck Quiche. That guy's a prick. I will bet you 5 subs right now that Baron joins his Quiche.
There's no way. You didn't hear all this conversation. There's no way. I do find it interesting to let you like choose your name instead of just like going off of whatever name you have on Steam. He was pretending to be an anime. Oh my god. We can't take him anywhere. I mean, he does like
I actually tried to rename myself Mighty_Quiche before I joined, but it doesn't allow it to happen. There's too many letters.
Mighty_Quiche. Flash Quiche.
Rebrand coming soon. Quiche Force.
Just don't tell him about the joke. Break comes in here. She's like, what the hell? Why is everybody quiche? Might have to rip another. No, it should be okay. I have like 55 minutes. We'll be okay. It just depends on how long Baron's peas take.
He's back.
All right.
What's weird is that he's chewing on something after using the restroom.
Oh, maybe he's fancy like that. Maybe he's got bathroom mints, you know? Like he like Oliver's in there with a towel, just like ready to hand it to him, like when he's done.
Cologne, sir. Little spritz of mouthwash.
Moist towelette, sir. Bathroom mints. What flavor is that? It's bathroom.
Might interest you in the hot towel back rub and a little reach around.
Oh my god, that's service. Hope the mint didn't come from the toilet. I don't judge anybody.
Do you remember the first time you actually met a bathroom attendant though? Did you feel awkward?
Yeah.
I was like 18. I felt awkward. I was just like, is this dude just gonna watch me pee?
I did.
Then I realized he didn't work there at all.
He just really likes hanging out in the bathroom. That's what I should do. I should one time just pretend like I am and just go stand in there with like some khakis and like a polo.
A little towel.
Bring my own mints.
Some knockoff Draco Noir cologne.
You know, if you think about it though, like you almost feel this obligation to like tip them because like they try to be all nice and hand you this and this. You're like, man, you got stuck in the toilet job. I got to give you something. So I feel like that's the move. If you want some extra bucks, neither is working. Okay, has he tried? That's literally, it's that code. It is. You joined.
I'm here.
Can he join? Hold on.
There's not a 2-person limit, is there?
No. I can't even invite him to play. I could try another lobby.
Oh, hold on. Let me leave.
Okay.
Because it bugged.
What'd he say? Oh, this is buggy too, because I don't think he's here anymore, but he's here. Or Baron could start. Oh, wait. Baron?
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi.
There's... So, earlier, the code was showing on screen, and somebody joined named Quiche. And we were like, who the hell is this person? I was like, oh, the code is showing. Oh, that's okay. And then, like, Chingus is not here right now. Oh, there he is. Hello, Double Chingus.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Imposter Chingus!
Imposter, who's the real one?
Oh, well, that explains where the other
That
quiche
explains
came
quiche.
from.
I bet if we just start, it'll be fine. We have no idea what we're doing. We'll figure it out.
I'm
Yeah,
down.
your mic sounds kind of awful.
I'm hoping in game it sounds a little better than this.
Aaron and showing behind you. I mean, it should be fine. How many people have access to the place?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, yes,
Oh,
Chad,
hey.
obviously we're Hey!
Hey, you look great.
You look at you.
Oh, what the hell? Oh my God. Hey, hey, hey,
Oh. Why are
hey.
you grabbing by the jump?
Why the bully already? Get out of here. Oh my God, your arm. Are you okay? I'll touch it. Here, I'll touch it.
Hey, 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 hey,
Okay, all right.
Oh my God!
Okay,
Help!
hold on.
Help! All right, I don't like that we pass out so easily. This is dangerous. Oh, I got your lantern, buddy. There you go.
Wait. I don't know if
man.
you can hear me, but I'm frozen.
I hear you.
I'm frozen.
That's all right. We'll fix you.
I can't move.
Here.
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah,
there we go. Is that better? Does that help? Does that help, sir? Sir, wake up. Sir, wake up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, not his turn. Oh, not my turn. Well, this is where we stand for the next 6
how do you
hours.
even do that?
Left click. Yeah, look.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. All right, game on.
Oh God,
So-
look at those cheeks.
Oh, you
It's
mean
like
these cheeks?
2 midgets wrestling under a sheet.
Hey,
Oh, whose cheeks are those?
oh no. Hey, Barrett.
Hey, hey. Oh my God! Don't you?
In my free time, you know, I do have a hobby. Is it coming with? All right.
Taking you from here.
All right. Oh, that one went over the board. Oh, sorry. No, where are you going? Get back in there.
Oh, God. Let me go!
Guys,
Let me go!
guys, stop fighting. We haven't even gotten the map yet.
Jenkins won't get off of me.
That's all right. I got the other
I
butt.
don't know what's happening.
It's not going in there. Oh God. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
Okay, this is a very.
I'm just,
Why are you
Oh,
my
no.
booty cheeks here for you? Please stop pushing me out in the water.
does your wait? Is
Somebody bring
it?
me
Are you
back
spawning
in.
on your lantern? Is that what is happening? Hold on.
I don't know.
Hold on. I'm working on it. There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
We're all right. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Blink like that. Come on.
Hey.
Oh, it does things to the voice. Hold on.
Yee.
Oh yeah!
I learned that
There's
earlier.
no
There's some
fingers.
bug with the freaking pot. Oh, I hear a fur. So if you get in the pot and you hold left click and look up, there he goes.
Take me with you, Jenkins. Take me with you.
Well, this is as far as we're gonna get. We're never leaving this beach.
Like that? Yeah. Red Rocket. Red Rocket.
All right. So to my understanding of this, we need to collect some coins and put it in the boat. Would you stop smacking it?
Sorry.
All right. Wake up, Chingus. Chingus,
We
wake
can
up.
say it.
I'm back.
Okay.
Oh, cheeks.
God dang it, dude. All right, going in. Come on.
Hi,
hold on.
Silva, away!
Is there a push to talk option or no?
No, I don't think so. I think we're just
No.
gonna have to deal.
We're just gonna
We're
ignore
just
what-
not
Yeah.
liking.
No, not necessarily ignore. Just just pick your
Fuck those
favorites. Pick your favorites that you're gonna talk
Right.
to. Oh, ominous tones. Oh,
We just
oh! I found a $25 shark statue. Oh. Wait, 25 cents. Sorry, it's worth a quarter. It's still cool though. Oh. Yeah, now we're talking. What'd you find, boys?
I found a hat.
Oh, let's go. Can I wear it? Heard what?
Must have been my imagination. I don't know. But who's that?
That's not one of us.
Is that you?
No, is that you? Yeah. Go slap me five.
No, I
Slap me
don't
five,
know.
big man.
No, please.
Can I get up
Hey,
here?
little guy. Hey. Hey, what's your name?
What is? You son of a bitch! Did you just smack me, you asshole?
I didn't mean to. Oh, oh shit! Oh, I did. You got me right in the chin.
I found a thing. I found a thing. I'm taking it out. I found it.
Okay. We're up to 80 cents. We're doing so good. Oh my God. It's like the head from Repo.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
I found the fish.
The what fish?
The fish.
What?
Yeah. Fish. Yeah, follow me. Come here.
Wait. This is worth 20 cents.
Oh, over here.
We gotta go.
We gotta go where?
Hey,
Did you see something? Oh, hi. Excuse me.
Be careful with your staminers too.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Okay. Nice. We got 100.
I got it.
What'd you get?
I got a pirate hat.
A hat.
A hat.
I don't know what I'm wearing. I have no idea.
You're wearing a
Oh,
hat
you dropped some corns.
and a red jacket. Oh, what is that?
Oh, okay. That's fine. Nope. Did we just smack for no reason? Shit. Assholes.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh, my cheeks.
Them kids are eight. Them kids are friendly. I'm like, them kids are friendly. I'm like.
All right. Here. I'm going to get this coin. Sons of bitches.
Like we did in
God
PAX
damn it.
East. Oh.
Why am I
Yeah,
down? Stop.
I am too.
No. You bullies.
Oh no.
I hope you get eaten by whatever that thing is. Dang it. I can't get up, Mom.
You okay?
All right, there we go. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna get my
All right.
coin. I'm getting my coin now. If I'm far enough away, I can acknowledge because they can't hear. Araby, thank you for the 2 years. Master, thank you for the 65, dude. I see. Is that eyeballs or is that fire? Oh, it's more corns. Let's go. Shron, hi, friend. You okay?
Hey, I found a rock top.
Hey.
I got it. Hey, there was some big treasure in that other room right there. Hey! Hey, big boy! Hey, Jenkins, look out! Oh, look out! He's doing good.
He's good. He's fine. He's fine. I'm gonna go touch him. Oh my God, your corn. Here, put it back on. Did you smack your own ass?
Yeah.
What do I do? What do I? Oh God. Why am I naked?
Oh.
Where are my
I-
clothes? Oh my God, I'm not still naked, am I?
There's stuff here on the floor.
What the?
Hey, I got a diamond.
There's a monkey here.
What do you mean that there's? What is that?
A monkey.
Don't let him steal your stuff. Wait,
Maybe
he's
what
gonna steal it.
if I give it to him, will he go away?
No, don't.
Ow!
Don't play with the monkey. Don't play with the monkey. Run! Oh, bad monkey!
I'm jumping on the pig.
Bad monkey!
F off. Give me the more corns. I'm running,
Okay.
I'm running, I'm running, I'm running, I'm running, I'm running.
Running.
Wait a minute.
Is that Chinggis?
Oh man.
Wait, was that real Chinggis? Did wait. Was he dead?
Yeah, I can't tell the difference between
Oh my
real
God.
and fake Chinggis.
Okay.
Why is there a crazy monkey?
Well, my wife messaged
Just
me.
feed him.
Oh, okay. She was texting me about tomorrow plans. Era B, thank you for the 24 months again. Thank you guys so much.
Flash
Man.
was talking with it earlier.
What?
Flash, come talk with your monkey.
I'm gonna give it a coin.
Yeah.
Here, this is for
try
you.
that.
Here. Take it. Take it. He didn't want it.
Oh, you scared him.
Well, I thought he wanted the coin.
You monster.
Hey.
So when you break your stuff, it drops the coins. So
Yeah, so you can
reclaim the
still
value.
collect the money. You just have
That's
to go back and
kinda
get
nice.
it. So that's not bad.
And you pass out like almost dead if you
So you
run out
died,
of
right?
stamina. Oh, I died.
But
then
I don't know how to revive. Like you were still alive. You were just half a
You
corpse.
put my junk back together, sir. You literally put my junk back together. That's what these are for.
For extra lives?
Yes. You like so like when he split me in half, you reconnected me. I came back to life. It's actually kind of cool.
Oh, interesting. I mean, it just intuitively, that's what I thought was like, oh, what if I could put you back together?
Intuitively, I died, and you wanted to put your fist in my butt.
I mean, and then intuitively, I took my clothes off.
Oh my. Where's that? Yeah.
You okay?
Oh my God.
What's happening?
Ow. Chingus. She touched me. Here, connect me.
You did it yourself.
Oh, wait. Oh.
That does not sound like running in fear, sir. That's...
I'm trying to get out of that room. Whatever that banshee thing was, I don't like it. I had my cheeks up on the table, served, ready to go. Oh my God.
Y'all are just bringing
I brought a coin. I said it's you. It's better than nothing. Like a siren, yeah. Oh man, F that lady. I don't know what to do about that.
Oh no!
Baron, you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah.
What's running?
I think I just, I think I just saw my own shadow. You know, sometimes it just.
It's not a shadow. It looks like there's a spider or something.
Why does
up
it sound
there.
like
Yeah,
something's...
no. Right on there to the right is where we need to go.
Oh my God.
No.
Oh,
no,
look at that
no,
gooey
no,
bastard up there.
No.
What is
He
in the
looks
corner?
friendly.
What is that?
Hey, friend. He's friend. If not friend, why friend shaped?
I don't think
Hey,
you know your
friend.
shapes.
Hey. I'm gonna touch his butt.
All right, give it a little tap.
Yeah, here we go. Sarah, I'm just gonna tap the rear end real quick here. All right, you tell me if you feel anything. I'm going to attempt to touch your no-no square.
He doesn't seem to be hazed by this in any way.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not waiting on you. Hey, nice butt.
Oh, thanks. You too.
Oh, God damn it. Stop being so tempted to touch it.
Sorry, that was enough for us to win.
Dude, I have trust issues. Why is that there? Oh my God, it's gone.
Wait, what?
It's not there anymore.
Oh.
I just watched that mother lover disappear. What was that sound?
What's with the monkey?
Oh my God. Hadouken!
Go, 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 go!
Barry took off with the goods.
You son of a bitch.
Whatever that tall thing was, it disappeared. I don't know what it does. No clue. And we got 3 butts here now.
Leave it to Baron
Wait, are you missing
Oh,
half
he
your...
has no legs.
to abandon us.
Oh, Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs.
He's got
Oh,
magic
oh.
legs. Shh.
Oh, so the legs is the currency.
Oh, but look, it even... Look, oh.
Fucking leave me again? You piece of shit, we're supposed to be friends. You know that?
Oh my gosh, I didn't even pay extra for this.
You do have the ability in game to adjust each player's volume, which is nice. I can adjust both Chinggis's volume.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you. You have a little gold tooth.
Yeah.
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 Did you change your clothes?
Not knowingly.
Oh.
Wait, Chinggis also has a gold tooth.
Oh, do I have a gold tooth?
You have no teeth, sir.
Oh, what the hell?
I'd pay extra for that.
Damn it. All right. We go in again.
Now we have to get
656.
I bet you it wouldn't have been too bad if Baron actually waited for us like a good teammate.
That'd have been nice.
Oh, we have a cart.
35.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're
hey.
being nice to Baron again. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Baron.
Look at that.
Hey, good. Hey, nice guy. Hey,
Yeah.
we like you.
How was I supposed to know that taking the appropriate amount of gold into there and then ringing the bell when it
When it
popped
said
up?
ring bell to leave would have us leave the there.
Yeah, I thought they would all of us would leave together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That does sound like a likely story.
I found a shark.
Okay.
There you go. I'm following you, Genius.
Oh.
And I'm not going to run you over like Flash did, so
Wow,
you don't
bro.
have to worry.
Wow. Oh, excuse me. Oh, pardon me. There you go. Got it in there.
Monkey, are you just happy to see me? I don't know what triggers the monkey.
What in the hell?
Oh, I found a pile of money.
Hey, is this kosher?
Yes.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
That's totally.
Are
Oh,
you
there
also
we go.
shelved?
Ooh, what's this? A huge pile of money.
Yeah.
Hey, more stuff. I found a hook. Hook.
And one.
There's things behind me.
Let's go.
Oh,
Nice.
right now it's just monkey.
How do we like get him to stop?
I don't know.
Well,
Have you tried freezing?
No. What if I hit him
Okay,
with a hook?
well, maybe we do that. Maybe monkey not. Hey, I found a gold too.
Chinggis, stop touching your monkey.
No.
Yeah.
You're not my dad.
Should we take this back? I feel like there's a lot in here.
We'll be fine. Wait, hold on, wait.
Monkey mad. Wait.
All right, go. Monkey's getting angry. He's
Monkey
getting
drive!
angry. Run!
Monkey drive!
Drive, monkey! We're going to the loony bin together. I don't care.
Stupid monkey. All right. Oh boy. Oh,
All right.
okay. That's not the way to do that. Oh, there's that. There we go. There we have it.
All right, I'll look out. I'll look up ahead.
Oh, okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
I kind of like what it does to our voices.
Oh, I was holding your hand.
I'm getting out of here. I'll see you guys.
Oh, I saw a head in there, by the way. I'm gonna take his thing out of there. Take that. And put it right there. All right. And jump in. And then I go for a ride. Like a repo type game. Yeah, a little bit. And we're going up, up, up into the sky stuff. Hope I don't fall down and die. Holy shit! All right.
You just hit Flash. You just hit. Basically, it goes. We're going up, up. I hope I don't die. Oh,
By the way, when you're holding coins, if you right click, you can gather more coins instead of doing one by one.
telling you this? Who's telling you these
When
things?
you pick up a coin, it literally tells you on the screen to right click to pick up another
Sir,
coin.
I'm a streamer. We don't...
I'm just saying. Take me. Never mind.
I mean, I tried.
Damn it, I tried.
Oh God! Oh Jesus!
You okay?
That's not us.
You good?
No, I'm not good.
You're good, right?
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm missing
Uh,
leg. Real
Oh,
good.
oh, I can't help him. I tried.
There you go.
Do I have my legs?
Did you get him
good.
some legs? All right.
Yeah. I got him some legs.
Are these my legs or are these used legs like Chingus's?
They're magic legs.
That doesn't answer the
Lieutenant
question.
Dan. Those are your legs.
That's Craig.
Oh, you can't recover? Oh,
That's
hey,
not
Flash.
one of us. Watch
Hey,
out.
that's me.
That's not
Say
Flash.
hi to me.
My friend Shane.
It literally is me.
Yeah. Flash wouldn't hurt us.
No. I am but friend.
I've seen him play the FPS games. He couldn't hurt anybody.
Hey. You don't know that. Hey.
They're spitting because they're talking.
The wardrobe. That's cool. Shark statue. Ooh,
I
got a
got
book.
a bracelet.
I got a book. Got a book.
Monkey's back.
Oh
Monkey's
God.
back.
He's a jumper.
Ow. Do it again.
Oh, Genghis.
What?
This big bitch on top of the bed. Hold on. Monkey.
Drive, monkey. Drive.
I'm gonna ram him.
Oh my God. Monkey is friend.
Monkey is not friend. Monkey just punched me in the fucking chode.
All right, this thing on the bed. Look, it is worth 200 cents.
Oh. Here. I'll help you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In it.
There's part of it. Okay. All right. Oh no.
No. Back, monkey.
No,
Down, monkey.
We gotta pull it. We gotta pull it. Gotta pull it a little bit.
Pull it.
Oh, monkey, F off.
Where's the monkey? Here, I'll just give him these coins. Where's he at?
He's right on the other side.
There you go. I gave him a coin.
Do you think he'll go away?
Yeah.
Coming in, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, there's something right here.
There's a rat carcass under the bed.
Oh my God.
Okay, monkey. Okay, monkey.
Little weasel, you hear him? Okay.
Oh,
Oh no.
I dropped. All right, hold
And
on.
I'm trying to help.
Grab it.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah. Perfect. Actually, that's better than what it was.
We're professionals.
Let's
All right,
go.
you guys. I'll go ahead. I'll put this away, and you guys just get some more stuff. I don't think we have everything that we need.
Okay.
Yeah.
Genghis, talk to your friend.
Oh. I'm trying to spank him like I do my own monkey, but he's not spitting at me after a couple.
Okay, he's off.
Lived with your fake legs, Chiggers. There we go.
Good job.
Oh, hey, Flash.
Hey, I was talking to the monkey.
Oh,
We were having a chat. What's that sound? Oh,
wait, hold on. I just do this.
just empty the card in there. Like we're in a damn garbage
genius.
truck.
That worked. Guys, I'm drifting. I'm driftwood.
There you go. Hold on. What's this do? Nothing.
Hey, sir.
We are
I had to
2
try.
cents off. We are literally 2 cents off.
I
Cents.
told
I
you
guarantee
guys.
we could find some on the ground somewhere around here.
I told you.
No, you didn't. You didn't say nothing. 2 cents. 2. Wait, did we miss something
Oh.
close? Huh?
Wait, you're not Flash.
Oh!
You're the fake Flash. Oh!
Ow. Right in the weenus. What's wrong with you?
There's a fake Baron.
Nope. Nope. He's got a knife. He's got a knife.
Go
Where's
get him.
that fake
Get him,
Baron
Chickus. Get
at?
him.
Where's that
Fake Baron
at?
dead ahead.
I'll get him.
All right. So we've been through all this, right? Yeah. Nothing. Ooh. Oh. Hi, Baron.
Oh my god.
Hi. Did he just go?
Flash? It doesn't do anything. It
Roger
doesn't
that.
do anything.
Roger that. Oh, I heard the knife. Oh, God. Don't lose your weapon. Which way do we go? Oh.
Maybe if I throw it at him.
Ooh.
Oh God! There's the creepy black dude thing. I felt really confident with this knife in my hand, and now I don't feel confident at all.
What does that thing do, man? Uh-oh. Take it. Take it.
Are you Flash?
Was your vision going dark and like you were like felt like you were slipping into insanity? What are you trying to?
I don't know.
Where's the actual Baron?
If I had to guess, he's at the boat with the final item, getting ready to leave us.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. What about this final item? Which way is it? This way?
I don't know. I'm kind
Shit.
of lost.
Me too. Fuck. Was it over here?
Here's the bedroom.
Straight ahead.
Hey guys, my friend wants to come home with us.
Just quick, put it in his ass. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it does.
I don't.
Nothing.
Stand up next to him for a minute and see if he does anything.
All right. Here, hold on. Let me put the cup down. All right.
King is his.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, you're hurting him.
Oh, okay.
Ow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I probably deserved
All right,
it. I
I
probably
figured
said some
that out.
things.
I saw that violin.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so you use the mouse scrolly wheel to zoom it in and out.
There we go. Oh my God. Now 911.
Yeah, it's fine. We got it.
My arm. Ow.
Pull it.
Look at this guy. What's he doing?
Do you feel anything there?
I was trying to put it in a
out when you rang the bell, and now I'm permanently stuck here.
Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs?
No,
Wait, here.
nothing's affected me.
I hear. That's okay. Let's go together.
Oh, you took my hand.
Here, let's go
Wait,
together.
can you let it go? If you let it go, what happens?
Oh.
It goes right
Look
back
at-
there.
Look at the boat.
Wait, you know what?
Hold on.
It didn't affect me.
I'm trying. I guess he's just able to do this forever. Okay. Old long arms over here. Oh, okay. Well, it affects us. Okay, I fell down. This bitch take me to 40 months. Oh, his arm is fixed. His arm is fixed. Ooh, curds. Ooh, thing.
Flash!
Yeah.
Flash!
What?
Flash, we got stuff over here!
Okay, I do too.
We got super rare, valuable stuff, Chinga said.
Do you have the cart?
Follow us Yeah.
Follow my arm.
Okay, your arm also does knock us over.
Oh, it does?
I think so.
Speak for yourself.
Oh,
No, you
sorry,
just
excuse
walk
me.
through
Oh,
it.
sorry. There we go.
Welcome.
What? Guys? Guys?
Oh,
look.
there's a cannon!
Guys?
Yeah.
Ha ha ha!
Did you not see the two rats behind us?
I did.
Okay. Roger that.
They're still like right here.
Ah, telescopes.
This game is called Last Pirates. It's
Last
definitely
Pirates.
very like Repo-esque,
Yeah.
but you're pirates.
Yeah,
you
and
get
it's,
to smack
it's
each other's
playtest,
boots.
so it's new.
Yeah, this is like super new.
Super
new.
duper, super duper new.
Flash, can you help me load the cannon in the car,
I
please?
certainly can. Let me get my corns. Oh. Okay. All right.
Since Genius
let's
just
do it.
can't let certain things go.
I've already tried the throwaway button and the zooms and the pickups.
No, I think
Alright.
we're just gonna have to
What
sacrifice you at some point.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get these things to hurt me.
I'm gonna take this
Just
back.
touch it.
Excuse me, Mr. Rats. Excuse me.
Are the
Please
rats still
move.
there?
Yeah, they're still. Oh,
Oh, he's stealing stuff. Oh,
do you
they're
mean?
stealing stuff.
don't let
They're
them steal
literally
it.
stealing stuff. I can't do anything.
Don't let them steal it.
Oh, they only took a coin. You're fine. You're fine. Load the stuff back up. You're fine.
What? Little rat train taking our coins.
Well, welcome in, everybody. Road, how was your? Fellas,
What the? He's saying stuff. I have no idea what he's saying. What the hell? What the? She's trying to join. Okay. Oh my God. Really? Really? The bite of 87? Really? Where's Markiplier? Might make yeah. Well, it might not let you join in the middle of the game break. Hey. Hey. You're not real, are you? I don't know where they are. Oh, there they are. Okay, they're coming. I'm kind of waiting. Oh, okay. They're getting hurt. Okay, hello, fakeries. Hi. Where you going?
Flag?
Yeah?
Hi. Come back over here and see if you can't help save the wagon that's fallen through the floor.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, the rats pushed it in the floor. Oh, look, there's another you over there. Oh, I wonder if he hurts me. Will you kill me, please, sir? There we go.
Your arm is still...
God damn it. Well, maybe I fully die.
Maybe we just see what happens if we just try to let you go bye-byes.
Yeah, let me fully expire. There we go.
Okay. Okay. He even sounded like he fully expired. Fake guy wants a fist bump. He wants a something. Is Chinggis finally gone? Should have been gone. Right, he seems gone. Shit, I might as well take something with me. Oh, I ran out of stamp. Oh shit. What's up, Avery? How are you? Oh god.
Oh, hey.
Hey. Hey.
I'm gonna pick up all these coins.
Wait, is Chinggis dead for good? Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up smaller coins at a time.
Just get them all. It'll be fine.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah?
Is he dead?
No, he ran away, but Break is trying to join and Chinggis is dead. Should we just like, I don't know, off ourselves and see if it'll, yeah.
Sorry.
Go back to the lobby.
Let's go.
All right, let's go get got.
Na, 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 na. By Grabthar's hammer, you shall be avenged. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Where's Chinggis?
Yeah, I threw him down the hole.
Oh my gosh.
He's still
What?
drooling and everything.
Oh no. Oh hey guys, it's me, Chinggis.
Nailed it. First try.
It's like you didn't even know who was talking there for a second.
I thought there was two of you.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Ow.
hey everybody, I give mouth hugs to terrible lovers.
Okay. All right, where's the evils? Oh, you know what I should go see? I should go see the spider thing. Wait, it's not there anymore. Hey, you hurt my friend. Dodge a weave. Never mind, I'm dead. Oh, I can still crawl. Oh yeah. Oh, there's two of them? Well, that's just filthy. Barrett, hold me.
Help! Oh my god!
Failed.
Nice.
Lovely. Why does the lobby sound like such poop? It says exit lobby. Do I want to exit the lobby?
Yeah, let's start a new one for break.
All right.
I was bugged.
All right, let me do this. Post. Do this. Copy that. Over there. And then I'll send everybody a new code. There we go. Groovy. Groovy. bottom halves look like hams. Just a little bit. There he is.
Just a little bit.
I tell you, you ain't no quiche, but I'll take you.
Aw. It's okay. I still smell like broccoli right now. I've been working all day.
Oh my God. You smell like broccoli after a day of work?
Yeah, it's really weird.
It's interesting knowing what you do for your career. Wait for these other heathens and then we'll see how it goes with 4 players.
Oh my God. Baron's deleted his color.
You look great, kid. You look
I'm
great.
in the shadow.
I'm in the shadows.
I am the night. Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Oh my God.
Here we go. Is that better for you guys?
Oh my God.
That's terrifying. Jesus. Like a shock. Hold on. Wait. What would break do if we were all that?
It's like, wow, break. Way to be a different
Wow.
color. This is how we get canceled. Right here.
All right, hold on. I'll fix it. Hold on. Which color do I pick? Nope. We'll get rid of the red. All right. I don't remember where I was. I was like there-ish. That's good enough. What region? It should be North America, right?
It's North America.
What region does she think it is?
Well, to be fair, it puts it as a default on EU.
This is true.
So obviously it's US. Why you would assume that it's anything else?
Oh.
I'm sorry we are not in the I don't know what servers.
I don't know. I just was like trying every single one in the drop down until let me in.
Or you could assume we chose the one that we're from.
I mean, I think it had US West selected at first, which is where I'm from.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, because you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll,
You know what?
We'll
We're here.
cater to break. The 3 people who are on the East
No, the
Coast.
one that worked just said US. It didn't say US East, or otherwise, like, that would have been, like, obvious. Listen, we made it. That's all that matters.
That's fair.
Somebody said
Sorry, I
you
was
should
blowing my
cater to
nose.
me. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I agree with that thought.
Somebody said what now?
You should cater to me.
Wow.
Well, okay, just so that we, I mean, like, if we're being completely, completely honest here, it is bad to have a lady on the show. So
Okay.
I'm not saying that the run is cursed, but
Okay.
We'll find out soon enough. All right.
Wow.
Easy peasy.
I'm gonna go.
All right.
Okay.
Break.
Yes.
all right.
Ow! Put it.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Yeah.
Welcome to a pirate's life, mother. Oh, I fell off. Oh God. Oh God.
Quick,
Oh God.
we're gonna get canceled. I'm getting out of
It's
here.
initiation. It's initiation.
I don't even know what buttons you were pressing.
It's initiation. Look, come over here. You see the butts?
Uh-huh.
Why don't you give it a left
Yes, I
click?
do.
Give it a left
I'm
click.
out.
Pow. And then if you hold the left click, you can pick it up.
Oh.
And then if you scroll your mouse wheel, you can make it go. You can make it go in and out.
there.
You can make it go like this.
What, you want some?
No, get that out of my face.
Wait, get one out of your face. Oh God. Oh no. Oh great. Oh God. Oh, this is the life we
Oh,
live.
no.
I do have a gold
There he
tooth.
goes.
Get up, Brian.
Who said I don't have teeth? Ow. Oh, God. I gotta see my gold tooth right
I
there.
figured it out. I just had to be close enough to you
A
to
little
smack
gold
you.
tooth first.
Apparently. Okay.
Stop it. It's not very nice.
Oh, stop it.
Got her. Good.
Oh.
Why is it so easy to sabotage?
It is a little bit. I would have to agree. It's a little too easy. No, you get out of here, you little shit.
No, fuck you, you monkey piece.
Little
of
thief.
shit.
You little thief.
Right here. Here.
Nailed it.
Give him a coin. Give him a coin.
All right, I got 20.
He'll leave you alone if you give him a coin.
Give him a coin.
I
He'll
got
go
it,
away
I
for at
got-
least
I
a
got
little bit. I don't
30.
know how long.
Woohoo.
You're doing great, kid.
Thanks, friend.
Doing great.
Do watch your sanity break. You'd kind of pass out.
If you jerkhole.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, you get too
Oh.
tired.
Think you're hot stuff, huh? Think you're hot stuff, huh? I'm beating him with a coin.
Yeah. Like that, do ya? Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, you just... No.
You might have made a mistake.
Bad monkey. Bad monkey. Ow. Okay. All right. I don't fucking gun chocolate.
He's coming back. How long does it take to kill a monkey with a coin?
I don't
Oh
know.
my God.
Just keep reading.
So I'm gonna keep ramming him.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Kick his ass, sea bass.
I'm working on it.
Oh, of course it doesn't go after a break.
Okay, maybe it's invincible.
Just gotta be, you know, I don't know.
But Baron's your friend. Go get him. Go. Go get him. Go.
Okay, jumping. I like.
Oh my God, dude.
Crouching. Hey, leave me alone. You leave me alone.
The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you.
Yeah, you tell him.
Ooh.
Little shit.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. Look at that purdy. Look
This
at that big
place is
order.
cool.
Ooh, shark statue. Let's go.
What is this eating?
Toss a coin to your monkey. Oh, bounce. I'm going back in. I'm going back in. I'm going back in. I'm going back in. Oh my God. What a sight to walk out to. Jesus Christ. Are we doing good? Jesus Christ, dude. Thank you guys for the follows. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry if we're not. This is another one, man, where we don't have push to talk. So like we're kind of tiptoeing around stuff. But if I'm far enough away, then I can interact and I can say hi. Shark bait. I want him to see what I saw.
Should I be concerned? Okay. You know what? I'm sure it's perfectly normal. Yeah.
That is definitely.
I wanted her to
normal.
experience what I experienced.
Oh, no.
Walking out with some treasure. And
Oh, wait, how much is that
flapping a
worth?
booty.
15.
Okay.
Here, have a coin.
Don't give him coins. He's a jerk.
Listen.
We're not doing that, sir.
Let's get the boat.
We're not doing that, sir. Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
I found 6 cents.
All right, get the boat. Get the boat.
We don't have enough.
Because Chink over here decided to hit me.
I put the coins in.
Did you?
This has got to be good use for something, right?
Frank, you okay?
I got a ring. I think it's a ring.
You're doing so good. You're doing so
Thanks. Aw, you took my ring. Does that mean you're saying yes to the dress?
I am saying yes.
Aww. Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh God,
He's,
I'm
like,
so
shut
tired.
down.
I'm so
Are
tired.
you okay?
Run.
What? Because of
What is it?
Baron? Look at
No.
him. Look at him.
No.
Little son of a bitch.
Ah!
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Oh, I'm so glad you guys made it.
Oh, ow.
Hey, hey. What's going on?
Hey,
Why are we
I don't
leaving?
know. Is everybody- Okay,
There's a
I
lot of
don't know
yous.
what. All right, here.
What?
Somebody ring the bell.
Oh. There's a bell. Oh.
There's the bell, yeah.
Did we break it?
Way
Oh,
to
there we go.
Guy.
What?
Oh.
Zero reason. Okay. Sure. I don't know what just happened, but I'll take it.
We got the cart this time.
Hey,
we're
there we
fine.
go. What is
Oh,
the
there's a
pot?
fire.
Hey, so
We know some-
the shadow guy is kind of like the coil heads from Lethal.
But
Just
does
so
he
you
actually
know.
come
If
after
look
you?
away
Because I
from him-
feel like.
yeah, sir, he was just coming after me.
Okay.
But if someone's looking at him, he doesn't move.
I don't know if I believe it either.
Okay, all right. You know what? Go figure it out.
So if someone, okay. Well, I don't know.
Favorite sort of chaos.
I'll be there.
Doesn't like the shadow people.
What, am I grabbing my? Wait. Oh, that's a great point. Can we trap the monkey under the pot?
I found,
Fantastic
a penny.
question.
I found a penny.
I'm
What was
bringing
your
the,
question?
I'm bringing the pot for experimental purposes.
Oh.
What if we can trap the monkey?
I feel like I
Oh.
heard some knocking. I'm
Ooh,
not.
I
I'm
got
sure it's
the
fine.
Sword.
You have a sword?
That's a good point.
Put the sword
Baron.
down. Oh, it's a
No,
monkey.
there's that monkey.
Monkey,
It's a monkey.
quick, turn
It's a
the
monkey.
pot
I don't
over.
know what this is.
The monkey. He just wants a coin. He just
What?
wants a coin.
Why does the pot keep
Hey,
resetting?
You jerk! Hey, you jerk!
He
No,
just wants
stop it! Stupid monkey!
Oh my
killed him.
God! You killed him.
I killed him. I turned him into meat.
Did you just kill the monkey?
Oh my god!
Killed him.
Probably deserved it.
Oh, it's another
He
monkey.
definitely.
Oh,
deserved
I
it.
knew I heard a giggle.
Boy.
I heard a giggle.
I don't even know what it was. It was an orb.
It's a monkey.
It's gone.
Why does he look like that?
Where?
Here you go, monkey. Here's your coin. Oh my
Why does
God.
he look
oh
like
my
that?
god! Not.
Why is there a
not
coin
you
in here,
again.
guys? Why did the monkey? Did he just walk
I killed
to his
him
death?
again.
Oh my god,
Yep.
he was walking like a zombie.
Oh, you can pick up more.
Yes.
You can pick up multiple
Yes.
things.
Pick
oh
up
my
multiple
God.
corns.
Hey, I got a bird cage.
Sweet.
We can put the monkey in it.
Touch it.
We can dress him up in like little skirts and stuff.
Oh my god.
How'd I pick up?
Remind me not to let Baron have a pet.
Okay, all right. Weird one.
If you read the instructions, it helps.
For the pet?
Oh, for the coin.
Oh.
I was doing a learn. It's fine.
Ah. Ooh. I found potions.
Oh,
Hey, you rude ass monkey.
oh, somebody's gigantic bucket over here is blocking us.
Sorry.
I wonder what the possibility for the bucket was.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
Wow. There's
Sir.
a lot of accusations flying. Things are breaking.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Monkeys are getting in the way.
All right. Oh my God.
Chingus is out
Chingus
here
is just
smacking
slapping
more
the
ass.
Oh, why?
That's definitely why we can't have nice things.
He's
Perfect.
been standing out here for 10 minutes just smacking away. Oh!
Coming back.
I was like, what kind of creature is? Oh, that's Baron's ass. What the hell?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
my
that's,
ass.
That's my ass.
That'll do it every time. I'll tell you
All right.
what.
Boy, I tell you what.
I'll tell you
All
what.
right. Oh god.
Chingus
Alright,
out
we're
there.
close.
We're gonna ring the bell.
We don't have enough.
We would have enough of
Oh.
Did you throw the thing in there?
There's stuff in there.
Items keep like resetting back to random spots. It's weird. Okay, that's not gonna get us more money. Why did we just lose money? What?
You sure?
You gotta put it in the boat.
Wait, why are we losing money? Wait.
Because he was taking it out of the boat,
It's
putting it into the boat.
inflation.
What are you doing with that? What are you doing with that?
It's shrinkflation.
Oh my God, Frank. Just leave it alone. Yeah. You think it's gonna get up and start walking?
Oh, hello, Barry. Oh, you want to give me a slap?
Oh my God.
Should it be the walking acid?
Oh, hey,
There's
big boy. Want to
28
give me a
cents.
smack or two? Let's go.
Sir, would you unhand my spare fanny?
New definition of fanny pack?
All right, it's coming with.
Here we go.
It's coming with. No! No! It went in the water! No, it went away. Oh, I lost your spare ass. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's right here. It's right
Oh,
here.
okay. Oh, it came back.
It's fine.
There
I
we
don't see a
go.
blue one anywhere. Why is there a yellow one? What the hell?
It's what we had on hand. It's what we could afford.
You just take the color that we have, okay?
Beggars can't be choosers.
Exactly.
All right.
There's a shop.
Ooh. We don't wait. Do we not have a cart anymore?
We do have a card.
Oh, he just
took off with.
Oh, he just ran. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because that's
Thing
us.
is, thing
All right. That's
It's a
awfully
mimic.
selfish.
I bet you that this is a mimic.
What?
That's got to be a mimic.
What's a mimic?
Look.
No, that's a real chest.
That looks fine. I'll touch it. See,
Yeah.
look. 200 corns.
Yeah.
That's a
See?
mimic, they
Flash,
say.
I got it, Dingus. Don't live you out. Nerd. Playing your D&D game.
Zero trust. Zero trust. Get in there.
Not everything is a mimic, Dingus.
Nice. God, you have to trust us sometime, you know.
No,
Our corns. All right. 13 seems to be the max I can hold. What's that sound?
Me, Law, walking like a lady.
Oh, there's a monkey again. Oh my
And
god.
it's
This little shit.
There you go, monkey. There you go. Yeah, see, you're a nice, happy monkey. There's a one piece for you. There you go. All right, you go away now. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye, monkey.
Oh, yes. Fuck that monkey. Yes.
I hope Baron didn't make him a friend. He no longer exists.
These things are very valuable.
40 cents?
What am I grabbing? Oh, what was...
Shh, don't tell him.
I'm not telling anything.
Hey, have you guys seen that monkey? I've been looking around for him.
Yeah, I gave him a coin. He was so happy.
Yeah, I know. I saw him. He was like, I'm going to run away. I was like, okay. You haven't seen him anywhere.
Who are you looking for?
Oh, the monkey.
I don't think we want him. He was mean.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
Wait, does he have a name?
Philip.
Fred?
Okay. Nope. Oh my god.
What was that noise?
Nothing.
Oh!
I just heard this.
I'm very dead.
Yeah, I just heard that. Yep. Wait, did I just go?
Oh.
Hey.
We need feet for her.
Why did I have legs?
We can revive you. Hold on.
Okay.
I shot it once in the mouth and the gun just disappeared. It's because I wasted ammo on the monkey. Oh, there's the cheeks.
I got Break's ass. I
Break,
got
hold on.
ass. I
gotta
feel
watch
dirty
surgery.
doing this.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
Oh, thank you.
There we go.
Thank you
Weird
for
that I
putting me
fit
back
my whole
together.
hand
That
in
was an
there.
awkward
All right.
time.
All right.
We don't need to talk about
Okay.
What happens in loot finding stays.
What happens in Pirate Cove stays in Pirate Cove. Oh boy. Is he come back? Oh, he's going back now. Oh boy.
See, I'm here.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
And which butt did they give me? Yeah, are we sure that this butt matches my color?
Wait, where are you at, Frank? Oh. I brought an extra out.
Boy.
Oh, God.
So this is a big room with
Yeah, I see a bunch of glimmer.
there's lots of stuff
Also
and
see
things
that
in there. Oh god.
Oh, it's okay. Oh! Help me! Help me!
Help you, we're under a bench, you son of a bitch.
I'm up here. He went that way.
Okay.
Monkey, go get help.
Monkey
Go get
drive.
help. Drive, monkey, drive.
Give me this. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, lift your legs. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right.
That's good enough. I'll take it.
Yeah.
F off,
Oh,
monkey.
hey, monkey. Monkey.
Here, take her
Here you go,
cord.
monkey.
Here. Okay, he's
Here you
gone.
go.
He's out of here.
Yeah. All right.
Hold on.
Well, you didn't say anything, sir. Don't get snippy
See,
at
for
me.
me-
I didn't know.
Okay, for me, the tall figure just disappears sometimes. Like nothing happens.
Oh, what is that?
Oh,
That is
oh
not
shit.
what it was. Ow!
And we're leaving, and we're leaving, and we're leaving. And
Where's the rest of the body?
I don't know. Oh, he brought body parts in for break.
Oh, okay.
Which way do we need to go to get out of here? There, that way. Okay.
All right, I got a book.
What? I would hide.
Why? I think I just got
You
killed through
son
a
of
table.
bitch.
I think I just
I
got
did
killed.
get killed through the table. Where are my pants?
Do I
Where are
have
my
pants
pants? I
left?
can't see my pants.
Nope, I'm dead. Yeah. 100% got killed through a table.
Frank, I've got an extra pair of ass cheeks.
Why are you so heavy?
Is Break the only one alive?
Frank's the only one.
Cheers.
Oh, oh shit.
No idea what's happening. She keeps trying to get a thing up the stairs.
Oh, you mean where that head is?
Frank, the ass cheeks are in the cart.
They
There's
fell
a
out.
dead
They fell out of the
body.
cart. Why are we
They're
so
right
close
here
to her?
next
My
to us.
God, man.
Oh god.
My ass cheeks are right there in the corner. Flashes should be around here too.
Frank, my ass cheeks are in the cart. They're in the cart, Frank.
They're right there. Connect the cheeks. Connect the
Are
cheeks.
you alive?
I'm alive.
Oh my god.
I'm alive. All right. Okay, all right, hold on. Okay,
Well,
all right.
This is the
Flash
life we
and
live. Yep. Me and you just hanging out. Oh, I see your legs over there.
Yeah, I don't see yours.
No, I think it's because I had like a free life almost, and then it was gone.
Pull the heads back.
Yeah, just hovering over top of us. Oh wow.
He's so lazy.
Sick bastard.
All right, there we go. Okay, this is down south real fast. And I'm in the water. Okay, and my ass cheeks are a flotation device. Did Brink die?
We're just gonna drag him.
Oh, okay. Do we know where his butt is? You know, it's fine.
Are you okay? Oh
That was weird.
I'm fine.
Oh my god, look at their little cheeks under the
my
table.
God, you got some bodacious booty cheeks.
Oh my god.
I'm just scared, but I'm fine.
Like I understand that you have.
He has a lot of teeth.
Dang it, you were Cajun.
You know. I worked out.
See them cheeks under the table? Oh my god.
I worked out.
Okay.
All right, so when they hold,
Wait.
hello? No.
Flash, don't you worry, buddy.
Help
We're gonna get
me!
you out of here.
Help
all
me!
right? We're gonna get another.
I don't know if this is. Oh shit!
Let me up. Oh,
Oh god.
Carry my corpse. Carry me to a butt. Carry me to a butt. Help
Break.
me. Help me.
Right here. Hold on, I have pants.
quick throw in the pants.
Might be a little too chaotic. No, it's fine. Oh my god. Oh.
He's got weird legs.
Oh,
now,
I got
but
magic
he
legs,
has
Lieutenant
no
Dan.
legs.
What color am I? Oh, as long as we still got one out here to make music with. That's all that matters.
Oh my god, that head thing is horrible.
Oh, it's a jerk. Try to put the in here.
How do you like your biscuits? Yeah.
You got any gravy, son?
Oh my.
I'm trying to get it straight down. A blue yellow. Okay, thank you. It doesn't fit. Damn it. Like, I want to rotate it. Get like the corner. Oh.
I just want to see the power between my legs for once.
Hey, how's he going?
Oh, hey. That's a nice can you got there. You just haven't seen me.
Thanks. Yeah, we're all under the assumption that Break is dead, right?
Oh, okay.
I think I heard.
I don't know. We do have a pair of legs out here. We could go find her, or just do this and yeah.
I mean, listen, the bell is right here, but we could risk it for the biscuit and not leave our teammate behind.
Wait, I swear I just saw her.
You know.
You're I can see it in your face. Yep.
Yeah.
I saw that coming. Yep. Yep. I was gonna say, you probably don't want to go too far, Genghis.
Jump in, Genghis. Bye, Break. Bye.
What if she comes running out the door right now? Oh, there's a mimic. Oh, we only have to get 1,800.
Oh, good.
That's it.
Frank, you okay?
Frank, wake up.
Hey, Chinky, make sure you get her some bodacious ones, all right? Something that's really
hold
gonna
on.
accent. Yeah. Here you
We go blue
Oh,
with pink.
There you go. Oh.
Oh, she's up on her own.
No,
Yeah.
she has no. Wait.
Hey.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
okay, hold on.
How's it going? It's me, Frank.
Well, this is getting weird. Why do I gotta be the one to do it a second time?
Oh my god.
Hey,
Wait, do my legs match my torso?
Let's go.
Yeah.
You match perfectly. You look great.
You look,
Okay,
you
good.
look so
Okay,
good.
good. I was worried.
look
I was
so
hoping
good,
I
yeah.
didn't want to be
These
two different
colors
colors,
complement
you
each
know?
other so well. You have no idea.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Also, I
Great.
don't want to warn you, but
Great,
part of
good.
your legs are in the ground. Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay. All right.
God damn it. God. Stop. Stop, you bullies. Get off of it.
She didn't even hit it. She only grazed it. It hurt so bad. All right.
It's a little bit laggy. Oh my
There's
god.
no-
Okay, perfect.
We're getting through this one.
1800. It's fine. We got this. What do you mean?
Nice.
I found a cannon. I just couldn't.
I got the cannon now.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I finished getting started.
All right. Orb of Excellence. There we go. It's a Nimbus 2000.
Well, yeah, that was my thought, but actually, I think it's a Bennis 3000.
Is that what it's
I got it
literally
in the
called?
book.
Very disappointing. It's the Timu model.
Oh, a Bennis 3000. Okay.
Bennis 3000. Yeah.
Who needs a?
Oh shit.
I can't tell where she is.
I think I'm.
Oh, there he
What
is.
the hell? Oh my god.
Look, it's good. Do I hear
Perfect,
booty
thank
cheeks
you.
slapping? Stop it. Guys, stop.
This is not the time.
This is no time for slaps. What? Why is this so muffled? Ooh, telescope.
What was that?
It's me, Jessica. What do I hear?
It's me, Jessica.
Is Baron in a floor or something?
Cannon, and there's the head.
Great. All right, don't get ahead of yourself, okay? Okay. Where's our friends?
I don't know.
I hear break. I have not seen Baron.
I have not seen Baron either. Baron is dead.
Okay, he
I
probably
don't know
deserved
where
it.
he's
I mean,
at,
what?
but he's dead.
Do you see something in
no.
front of us move?
Uh,
That's not what I meant.
yes, I saw that.
No, there's something
That
else in
moved.
there that's like bobbing up and down.
I see more treasure in front of you.
Oh
Do
my
we go
god.
for it?
Oh, that's Spider Pig. Oh, no, there's a bunch of shit in
There's
there.
lots of things. I
There's-
see that. You have the banshee chick, you have the brain squiggly
Uh-huh.
thing, and then the head thing. The head's here. The head's here.
Roger that.
The head is left.
Ah.
The head is back. The head is left.
Okay. Got a crucifix. I'll be okay. Was it this way?
You doing okay, bud?
I'm all right. I'm
You
okay.
okay? Well, let me check.
Break
I want to check
saver.
your vitals. Oh, I'm gonna check your vitals.
Dumbass monkey.
I'm doing CPR. Sir, this will work a lot better if you relax.
How does that feel?
Hey, I don't need resuscitation. I'm okay. Do not resuscitate. Do not resuscitate.
Monkey. I'm sorry, Monkey.
Oh, God. Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I'm doing it.
All right, let's dump it all in there. I don't know if that's the way to do it or not. Hold on. Hold it there. Oh, there we go. Look. Now tilt it back. Pow.
Brilliant.
There we go. That's the way. I will show you the way.
Oh.
Good deal.
I lifted it. Did you see?
Lift it with your leg.
You're doing good, kid. You're doing good.
Just slapped him instead. Yep, perfect.
Got it. I'll help you, sir.
Oh,
I'm here to
no.
help.
All right.
Lift. Lift. Lift.
With your other arm.
There you go. Yeah.
There's also a cannon in there.
Yeah, we saw a cannon with a lot of crap
Oh.
nearby.
Yeah, but the floating head's
Bing
right
bell.
here at the entrance.
Yeah, we saw a lot of stuffs. So careful, SpongeBob.
Yeah,
Okay,
the floating
I'm
head's
probably
like
gonna
right,
die. It's
right there
fine.
to the left.
I'll do my best.
What's to the left?
Thing is,
What's up those stairs?
nothing.
I don't know.
I haven't been up here.
The cannon over here to the left?
What? There's a bag of money up here. That was not a person. That was a mimic. I'm just gonna carry this money over there. It feels very similar to Repo. Yeah, it feels like it. Hello? We'll just leave him alone. I thought that was a mimic outside. They're doing fine. A little. Hello?
Hello?
Hi. I'm up a stairs.
She's right behind me.
You can't.
Did I just hear something knock?
I got scared. I got scared.
She's like a shadow lady, and she's just smiling at me.
Did I just hear something knock?
Oh, she's fine. Yeah, that's Lucia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally believe you. Mm-hmm.
She's fine.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, just don't look away from her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she likes the
So
attention.
turning and running was
She
a bad
hasn't
idea.
done anything.
I got
Okay.
it.
All right.
I'm trying to lift.
I'm trying to help.
There we go.
I'm just dragging. It's fine. Oh god.
Drop it. There we go.
Nice.
Oh, this guy. Stack it.
This one?
Think we can stack it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. Never mind.
Oh, caught it.
There we go. All right. Yep. All right. And then,
Oh, okay. You know, it's
wait,
fine.
don't
I
pull
got it.
out the cage. Oh, okay.
All right.
This is by far the easiest way to empty this cart, by the way. Watch this.
Oh, yeah, we just did that. Yeah, the old flip over.
Oh man.
Come on, you. Come on.
Is Genius dead?
Listen,
Dude,
it's in my
he
name,
was
okay?
standing.
You can't
He was
yell
just
at me for
standing
breaking
over by the
stuff.
fire, not moving. I was like,
I'm back.
do mimics come out here?
I had a kid thing. Sorry.
No, you're
There we
okay.
go.
This is all I saw.
We're doing great. I don't know what you mean.
Okay, not like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got out of the way.
He's just warming himself. It's cold, okay?
A little
What
chilly.
do you want?
Oh God. Oh,
Chilly. Let me help you warm yourself by
little
the
roasted
fire.
buns. All right, we need like 800 more.
800 more. You know, we're doing
There was
great.
another.
Only
Hey,
800.
there was
Yeah.
an anchor upstairs. If we can get up there.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hey, monkey.
Hi, little buddy. Hate you.
Hey, monkey. Here's a
Hey.
penny.
Probably gonna murder me.
Want a penny? I got a penny for you. Penny for yourself. I hate Brenda, and you got beat all in my hair.
Hey guys. Hey, come
Yeah.
here. Come here.
What's up?
Listen to the banshee on the other side of the wall.
Oh, I hear it. Yeah.
So creepy.
No, fellas, that's a good thing.
That's a good thing. That's victory music.
Yeah.
Don't you dare do it, monkey. I don't want you.
Hey, oh, I thought we were gonna bring the cart up here. Oh.
Well, okay, listen.
Oh my
We'll
God.
try again.
Look at this gold tooth. Ow. Ow.
Keeps getting stuck.
Ow. You just have to lift
Oh.
better.
Thanks.
Ow. Or not. Maybe we just drag the anchor over to here. Monkey, if
Yeah.
you could please F off, sir.
Nobody likes you.
Wait, where'd the anchor go?
It's a terrible thing, but it's true.
Monkey, here. Do you want one of these? Here, bud. Here. I got
He
you.
just feels left out. He doesn't have any.
I'm trying to give him a
friends.
corn. Here.
There needs to be a store in between.
Take the kern.
Take it. I bring gift. What do you want from me? There you go, bud. Enjoy.
Your soul or something.
I don't know. I
Have you
gave him some.
considered-
Oh my God. Now they just want more. That's what happens when you feed them.
This is why you don't feed the animals at the zoo.
Where'd the awoos go? Pog, thank you, friend. Oh God. Did a bunch of coins just fall out of that? Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, I can't take care of
Everything
it.
just fell out.
Jesus.
That wasn't me. What do you mean? Okay, it might have been me.
That sounds like something somebody would say if it was them.
It might have been me.
Tell you what, I'm carrying this on here so the monkey can't take anymore.
Oh, okay.
I don't want the monkey to take anymore.
Okay.
I'm bringing my tooth.
Take your tooth.
I got my tooth.
Goodness.
All right. Good for now? Probably, right?
Yeah, we got a few more
Oh, there's a few more
kerns,
corns over there.
but
Yeah, you're right.
yeah, I think we're good.
Only 78 cents worth.
It said 78 cents?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So we'll be
Now
up
it's
to like
87
1300.
cents.
All right.
We are playing The Last Pirates. I'm playing with Mighty Chingus, FlashForce, and Break of Daylight.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hey, you keep your hands off me, you dirty pirate!
We have lots of free time.
Flash.
Yeah,
Put the booty cheeks down.
they are down. Look.
Okay, this is why we can't have nice things.
Look.
Wait. I have an idea. I got an idea.
All right.
No one told me life was
That's
gonna
in, I
be
think.
this way.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I play my bongo
That's
drums.
why-
Ba, 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 ba.
I knew the assignment.
All up on the red Chingus bums. Ba, 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 ba.
Oh man.
This is why we don't have nice things.
This is why we don't have nice things.
Yeah.
Cart.
Right there. That's we're trying to flip over the coins.
All upstairs, all the way back.
You did great. Proud of you.
They do the clap.
Thanks, Mom. Just
They
pull
do
it.
the clap.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say something, but I'm gonna keep
Clap
it
on. Clap off. Clap on. Clap off. The clapper.
Oh man. That's enough for me to get tickled. Yep, there we go.
I can't see anything. You were.
It doesn't take a lot.
Oh
That
my.
was so awkward. Like I got stuck and then I was
Any-
and
All I saw was Frank's gold teeth.
Her gold toothers?
I
Gold
couldn't
tooth.
figure out what was happening.
Bro, I keep hearing random like window and wall knocks that are like meme-ish almost.
Right.
Cannon right here.
Hey, monkey. Hey.
Oh, there's the cannon.
Are we
Okay,
sure someone's not breaking into our house?
right. Oh, I hear her. Oh boy.
Ow,
Okay.
monkey, I was giving you change. Monkey, monkey, stop, monkey.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to get the cannon.
I'm
trying to get the
scared.
cannon.
Oh my god. Why won't
Give him the
Lifton? I'm
lift with your
lifted, I
legs.
swear.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Oh,
There we go.
there we
Good.
go.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Good. Good.
No, we
Good.
got it.
Shut up, you stupid monkey.
Guys.
I don't think I should be trusted with this. I tried. I tried.
What happened to my legs? What happened?
Here.
Yeah, but put my legs back on.
There you go.
Oh.
I just watched Baron's soul get
There you go.
sucked out of his body.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't even know what happened.
Which way was it? Was it?
I don't know.
Okay. It's got to be that way, right? Oh.
Coins?
Okay. I'm going outside. Okay.
Oh, Jesus, that's a
Why
mimic.
do you look like a
That's
zombie?
a mimic.
What's wrong with your arms?
Why do we judge people like that?
That's
Both
a
of you.
mimic. That's not Baron, that's a mimic.
Oh my god. That's why he looks like a zombie.
Why was that a blue hand on the thing? On the thing up top, there was like a blue hand reaching out. What the hell was that?
I don't think I saw it.
Right there. I see.
Where?
On top of the bar where the boat is. Underneath the boat, there was a hand. Oh, was that the stuff in the cart, like where it'll get us to?
Oh, this was a mistake. Oh, this was a mistake.
Are you? Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Here, we'll take your lantern. We'll put it over there. Oh, okay. No, come back. Oh, she's gone. We'll see you, break. Have a good one, all right?
Bye.
Oh boy. I mean, you'll eventually come ashore, I believe, but I'm trying. Okay.
This is very dizzying.
I'm trying to.
I keep
Guys,
seeing
stop
inside
holding
my
each other.
body. Oh,
All right, he's good.
did I get my
land legs back? Oh my god.
Can I just stand up, please?
Oh my God. It's.
I don't think you're helping.
I'm trying these two keep going in the water.
Well, stop going in the water.
I don't want to be in the water. Oh my god. Oh,
Mimic.
that was rough. Okay.
Here, I'll help.
Let's not do that again. Oh, it's mermaid. That's all. Yeah, I was just trying out.
What is-
You know. Oh, yeah, that's fine.
It's laggy. Oh, it's that thing again.
Flash.
She looks
Hey!
so nice.
Hey, Flash, I just saw you.
What? Oh, you saw me?
Yeah.
Hey, that's not me. That's you.
What?
That's
I'm not
you.
wearing that. I'm wearing a hat.
Yeah, that is you. Baron.
Yeah, that's a Baron.
That's a Baron.
Yeah, a Baron running upstairs.
Baron's behind me.
My rightful place, you mean?
I don't know.
Okay, listen.
All right. We've,
Listen. What the hell?
oh my God.
Are you okay?
No.
Right? You're okay. You're all right. All right. Oh, come on. Come on. That's such BS. Where's my legs at now?
All I see is black.
I got.
Are you okay? Shh. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. Oh God. Oh God, this isn't good. It's not good. Break, it's not good. God, you weigh so much. Oh my God. Oh my God, she's getting closer. I hear her. Oh my God, I have no stamina. Okay, you're close enough, right? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Okay.
Hold on.
I grabbed you by the pennies. All right, there you go. Where's the extra legs? There we go. Okay. Here we go. Operation. Shut up, stupid monkey. Okay, operation. Okay, this is a lot harder than it looks, okay? All right, all right, all right. Okay, okay, up here.
How is he hitting me?
Really not sure what I'm doing wrong here. Like, do I have to give him a couple like good luck smacks? Like, what's going on? Oh my God.
Are you okay?
No, I can't get it to work.
What are you trying to get to work?
The legs.
I don't see them on you.
No, I just had, wait, what?
They're over here in my hand.
Yeah, I just had them with her.
But we need...
Okay, what the hell? It's so laggy. Okay.
Yeah, for me, you didn't have
Okay, so
legs in your
Baron?
hands.
Okay. Do we not have an extra set of legs?
I don't think so.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, unless we find an extra set. Oh boy.
Right here.
I was failing to assemble. Stop it.
Get your butt over here. Oh my God. I don't like it.
Oh my God. F off.
Do we have a butt for him?
No. We're out of butt. We're fresh out of butts.
We're fresh out of butts. Great.
Fresh out of butts. Okay, there's a few things in here. Okay. No butts, no butts. No ifs, ands, or buts. You fucking stay open, please. Oh my God, there's another mimic.
Oh, maybe we're fine.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I don't know what that thing does.
Really?
It has yet to hurt me.
It's like a coil head.
Yeah, but I turn around and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but it hasn't. But I.
Well,
we
not when
just
it's
walked
right
past
there
it,
because
it
we're
was
both out
fine.
here.
Piece by piece. That. All right. Just gotta do that like 30 more times.
Okay. Okay. We just need one thing that's worth like 200, and we'd be golden.
All right, he's gone,
you
by the
know?
way.
We're so
250.
close.
No, it's gonna have to be further in. Hey.
Yes.
Hey, big
Hey,
guy.
bud. We miss you.
Miss you.
You're doing great.
You know, the servers were feeling very laggy. That does make sense. And I have a 5 millisecond ping too. Do I create another? Do one of them host it? Oh yeah, it was getting laggy. My stream paused for like 10 seconds. Oh, did it really? Oh no. Was it partially my fault? Can I join? It probably won't let me. Had to pause too. Yeah, I'm trying to join the room. Oh, okay. It's like giving me an error code that's disappearing immediately. Yeah, I wonder what happened. I wonder why there was a hiccup. That's weird. That's super weird. I don't know what was going on. 'Tis strange, friends. No, you can't join mid-run. Yeah, I don't. So if you get to the point where someone drops, for them to join back, I don't know what you would even do. Parents said Flash rage quit. We have to back out. That son of a bitch. Tough talk for a dead guy. Check the code and region are correct. Okay. Well, we know that that's correct. Break was still playing. Oh my god. Oh yeah, no. This is like early access, dude. This is literally a play test. Yeah, this is early. So there's gonna be stuff that happens. There's gonna be hiccups. There's gonna be problems. It's destined to happen. Joining crew with a code. Well, that's what I tried to do. No, so that's what this is. Yeah, that's what that is. It's just not letting it happen. Yeah. Bye, Juju. Have a good one, Fran. Trying to wait to see what they said. Yeah, and then Chinggis said that they found another item. Here's a question. Are they still hold on. Is Baron spectating them right now? Because I'll spectate it.
Right, is he? Okay.
Yeah, it sucks, but let's just do it. Yep.
No, we good.
All right.
They have 823. 1823, right. You know what I mean?
It's just me. I can do this, and it's gonna be fine. We got it.
I think Baron's pretty
Here
convinced, Chinggis, that he can do it.
We got this. We're gonna do it. Don't worry about me, guys.
Thanks for the follows, guys.
We're all in this together.
What is our plan, Mr. Chinggis? Do we go again or do we switch it up to something else?
I think it really
Do this, switch it back to fat. I don't care. I'm whatever, man. The music's getting really intense.
It sucks that Flash rage quit like that, you know? Ah. It just, it stinks. You know, you're doing so well, and then your teammates just sandbag you. You know, it's like an anchor. You know, okay, Flash.
Good night, Sephiroth. I'll talk to them in Discord. Let me convene with the group. Let me convene. Who's behind Baron? Dean Winchester. Yeah. Wearing one of his merch shirts too. I'll talk to these weenies and we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Because we're all in this together. Lethal? Nah. Nah. All right, I'm messaging Break too. Seen me on Facebook a lot. Glad I can make a stream. What's up, Zero? Welcome in, dude. Because I feel like doing another run of this would take a while. Okay. All right. So we're gonna call it there for this game. We're gonna go back to Phas. This is really cool. I'm excited to see what they do with it because obviously it's got that repo vibe. I feel like they can make it their own. I think they just need to find stuff that stands out. That's all. I hope they never fix the pod. I bet they will. I would always bet money they're gonna fix the pod. Okay. So let me switch it back over to Phas. First person pronounce your name. What the hell do people normally call you? Yeah, it's not even 11 o'clock here. It ain't even 11 o'clock here. All right. Let me close out of this game. Maybe. Okay. It doesn't want to do that. That's fine. Good to call tonight as well. No worries, Mr. Chingus. You're good. No worries, dude. You're good. You're good. You're good. I appreciate you playing, sir. All right. Where's Fursmers? Fursmers. There it is. There it is. Maybe they'll add more cheek to slap. I can only pray and hope. I can only hope. All right. Did that update? There we go.
Welcome back. I've prepared some
All right,
jobs for
cool.
you.
There we go. We'll switch that back over. I'm debating. I'm gonna end it on the YouTube side, friends. I'm gonna end it over there. We're gonna keep going on Twitch though. If you want to come and hang out, I am gonna end it over there. I appreciate you though. All right, let me get into a lobby.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
So many people playing. Get off of challenge mode. Go there. Message break. There we go. There we go. So it's going to be me and Break. Mr. Chingus is going to call tonight. I believe Mr. Baron is going to do the same thing here soon because it's getting close to 11 o'clock. All right, so we'll wait for Break to join, and then we'll do some more Phasmers. But I wanted to try that game. I wanted to try it because I knew that this was like our last chance to try it for at least a while. So I figured, why not? Timeless Dragon, have a good night, friend. But thank you guys for the follow. Again, it's another one of those games, man, where it's tough because it doesn't have push to talk. And when you're with other people, especially other streamers, you feel uncomfortable just yapping out loud. So that's basically where we were. It's really cool though. Yeah, I'm excited for it. Listen, I'm down for all the friend slop games, man. I'm down for all of them. All right, we'll wait for Mrs. Break. All right, while she's doing that, do this. I'm a little curious as to why my internet had a hiccup, I mean. Oh, she's here.
That's very ominous.
Hold on, do I have it right at the ready? I don't think I do. What do you mean?
God, is that you?
Break of daylight.
Listen, so I've been bad. I slapped some booties today. Okay. That was just not necessary.
Yes, it was.
Wow. I do think that game is going to be a lot of fun, though.
It does. I'm excited to see what they do with it. With it being a playtest, I mean, that's about as early as you can get.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Give me a second here. I'll be ready to rock. You cool with some nightmares?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Do you want to pick them first map?
Ooh.
There. This. Do that. That. Do that. That. We're gonna test. We're gonna do a little test. Gotta put the kid out of bed. Leave the stream up. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's looking good. That's looking good. Okay. What'd you choose? Oh, nails. I'm down with some nails.
Yeah.
I'm just ready for this to be gone now. It's like, you know, it's had its time.
Yeah.
It's had its time.
I just want normal maps. I just want quiet. I don't want rain.
No, I think that's probably
Like,
the biggest
it was
thing about this
great
event is
for-
it raining all the damn time.
Every single map. Yeah. And then I feel like when I go to regular maps, I still get rain and I'm just, why? It's so abusive.
Right. Makes me
But
sick.
yeah, it was great for like the first week. And
Right.
yeah.
It's gonna be a demon. All right, we'll see. All right, let's do it. I think it's gonna be an Obake.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and
Oh my God, it's Nelly.
21 hours. I know it's getting close.
You think she's going to be in the manager's office?
No, she's going to be in one of the bathrooms because she sucks.
Take a look. You may
It stops in less than 24 hours.
But
Peanut.
but it's
Less than
Nelly and
24.
we're at Nell's, so I feel like
Oh. Oh, it is
I feel
Nelly
like
at
it's only
Nell's.
appropriate.
Oh, you're right. This is their place. They own the joint. Oh, man.
Right. Right. See, I feel like it's only appropriate.
It would be pretty funny if it was.
No, I'm just gonna go check there first.
Deal.
Okay.
All right. Let me check and see how things are looking on the other sides, too. Die in the freezer. Well, no, she thinks it's going to be somebody. She's going to think it's the person that owns the joint. That's your dog's name. That's a good dog name. That's a good dog name. All right. I'm going to peek at this. I'll probably make some adjustments. I'm just looking at my vertical layout. Vertical choices. Let me see. If I pick up an object, how does that look? Well, that's not bad. It covers the game a little bit, but it's not that intrusive. If anything, what I could do is I could lift up the game a little bit. Maybe, you know, like there-ish. Something like that. A little higher. Yeah, that'll work for now. We'll fix it later. All right. I'll put that there. Let's grab left line. You find it?
You know,
Hey, Christy, how are
jury's
you?
still out on whether or not she's in the manager's office.
Wait, you said you know or you don't know?
Oh, no, jury's still out.
Roger that. One night's good. How's yours? Sil, thank you for the 9 months. Sylvie, thank you. And Sam, thank you for the 21 months. Oh my goodness. It's legal now. You can
Found
honk the cop
toys.
car? Absolutely. Whoa.
You're not the ghost.
You don't know that. Whoa. I could be.
Could be. This is true. You have it in you.
I heard that. Where was that? Was that possibly kitchen? Ah. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it.
Where'd you hear it?
Possibly the walk-in?
Oh. Yeah, in the walk-in. I didn't hear it.
Ads are about to start in a
You
minute,
didn't.
friends, on the purple side. All right, groovy. It's in the
Nice.
freezer. That's right. Fanatic. Thank you for the daily heart, me dude. Yeah, I haven't been doing Talkie Tick streams because it was acting up with my PC so much, but I figured we'd do a test run and just see how it goes. Just do an inventory. Oh, yeah, maybe the owner's just doing a quick little like inventory and then just, you know, gonna go back to the office.
Oh yeah, that makes
Could
sense.
be true,
I mean,
Cody.
she's gotta. The employees aren't here. She's got some, you know, time to inventory.
Got some time to inventory. Roger that.
Maybe she's making a snack.
Man, I really wish that we could record the videos directly from the video camera. That'd just be such a cool addition.
Right, the cameras that come with the place. It would only make sense.
Well, we got us a Pamela.
Aww.
Ooh, she touched a Lenore out here somewhere.
Did you say hi? How is she?
Do you want to bring a UV by chance?
Hey, good news. I have a UV.
You want to check this switch real quick? Old flippery doodog. over
Who knew?
here.
Fang! All the fangers. Okay,
All
well,
the
just one, I guess,
phalanges.
but all of them.
I don't even know where I want to put this thing. Oh, ghost fart inbound.
Ew.
My mouth was open.
Yeah. That was having fun.
All right. Well, HR chucking.
Did it
Oh,
taste like leftover-
mustard. Okay.
Did it taste like leftover spaghetti?
Nope. Squirty cream.
Mustard flavored squirty cream? Not something I've
Who's the
desired
one guy that
before.
strongly dislikes blood moons? That's Doc. That's Mr. Documentary. Did I just hear Spice?
Kill me.
Thank you for the follow. Self, thank you so much. Oh my.
We have the box of spirits.
Ooh. It was really tough to tell if we had herbicals. I don't think we did. What's up, user? How are you? Don't you put mustard on your hot dog and the watery shit comes out and gets into the bun?
We
Well,
do.
yeah, if you don't shake your
Have-
mustard well enough. You
And
said
the
we
ghost is
do?
playing with the cream. Yes, sir.
Oh, Mimic, that's cute. We need a photo of the ghost and a rappel. All right. Do one of those, one of these, one of those, one of these, one of those, one of these. Keep on wishing for a blood moon myself. Oh, man. It's very few and far between, but when you do get them, I used to not like getting them at all, but now I do. How are you, Mr. Glacius? How are the games? They're good, misunderstood. How are you? Watched the live for 100 minutes. Wait, how'd you know you watched it for 100 minutes? Wait, did it give you like a thing? Oh man, guys, if you weren't here earlier, I was talking about there's a Switch game I really want to play. It's that like Tamagotchi, whatever it's called.
Did you want a perfect game with Nelly on Nels, or are we just getting objectives? What we do?
You know, if this thing was in the manager's office, I would say yes. But because it's not, I'd say objectives in Ghosty, then we probably could.
Okay.
Tamagotchi Life. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, it gave you a noti. Oh, that's cool. Well, that's cool. It told you how many minutes you've watched the stream. I mean, that's pretty rad. I didn't realize they did that. Ma'am, I need a photo of you. Ma'am. Hey, tell her to come out and give me a photo.
Flash a kiss.
No, that's not what I said.
That's what I heard.
Like you listen here, bucko.
She's trying to murder you pretty
I
hard.
know she is.
Oh, I probably
so I don't
should
actually
have.
get a photo I don't need. I have another crucifix. What do I do with it? Ooh, right there. I got
That's
it
a
right
good
here.
question.
Got it right there.
Okay.
We all right. We all right. Flash wants cooties. No, he does not. Ghosty in 3, 2, 1.
Nelly.
Big around the road.
Yeah, as long as it's not one of those farts again. Nelly, that's not the thing that we asked for.
She really sucks. Already use the curse?
Wait,
No.
is that
Ooh.
another-
I don't even know what the curse. Oh no, it's the Ouija board. That's not going to be very helpful.
No, not really. Not unless you want to learn some personal facts about Nelly.
We can learn her age. We can learn where she died. We can learn why she's here.
How many people
If
she's killed
lonely,
today?
How many times she's pooped in this house? What are you making?
Breakfast.
Okay.
You know, some eggs.
Can you do steak and
I
eggs?
might do some French toast. Yeah, actually.
Okay, thank you.
I hope you don't mind that your steak's been sitting out for like 3 weeks.
No, that's fine.
Prior to being cooked.
No, that's fine. And if you wouldn't mind serving it over an entire loaf of bread, I would really appreciate it.
I got you. Yep. I have, see, just the thing right here. Oh my god.
She's here for breakfast.
She wants the bread. She loves the carbs.
Oh, we need to
part of her
repel.
diet.
Oh, damn it.
We do. I was like, what you doing?
Sorry. I got the photo, got excited.
Oh gosh.
Sorry. Jay, man, thank you for the 10 months, man. User, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
How many
Did
people
you know
have you killed?
apparently steak and eggs isn't a common breakfast
How
option in
many
Canada?
people have
Really?
you killed? Oh, I guess she's not gonna let me know.
All right, here we go. Game on. Ready? You ready?
Which way is she coming? Oh. Hi, Pam. Pam? Is she mimicking a banshee right now? Pamela?
No shot. Does she walk through you?
She does
Oh,
not
that's
give
some
a shit about
bullshit.
me.
Oh, that's some bullshit. How's she gonna pick me?
Oh, snap.
She's mimicking a banshee, and she picked me as the target. Messed up. That's messed up. It's not even a real banshee. It's fake. Hey, Dragon. Thank you for the raid. Matt, welcome in. How are you?
He like
That's
you.
some bullshit. How's she gonna pick me? What did I do?
I was all ready to repel her, and she just walked past the door. I was like, okay, bye.
You figured she wanted you. You're the one that made the breakfast.
No. I had the bread.
Cryara, thank you for the
Excited
raid.
about the
Welcome
bread.
in. Dragon, thank you guys. Thank you both. Welcome in. How's it going?
All right.
Hey, user, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Mimake. How we doing? Hello. Cryo, how are you? How was the stream? What'd you do?
Welcome back.
Mimake.
Job's ready for you.
No, she went after you because you didn't make her breakfast.
This is true. I did not serve her 3-week-old steak.
Right.
Hi, Karumba. Hi, Karumba. Oh, man. Oh, Tangle. Oh, that's okay. There. We'll go to Wheelers. We'll do this stuff in the things. She didn't say anything. We're going for it. Big fan of playing some Phas with Cryo, Aladar, and Ryder. Well, let's go. I appreciate you watching the vids, friend. Hi, Mr. Song. I didn't copy the raid, man. That's okay. It's never a requirement, friend. Never a requirement. I appreciate you guys for coming in. I hope that stream did go well, though. I hope that you lived through all the things. Cryo, thank you for the follow. Michael Manson, his long lost brother.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm
Yeah.
sure he doesn't have that murderous streak that
Grizzly murder
his
streak
brother
that what?
does.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh, that guy. I heard about him.
Right.
He was burning crucies in both rooms. Oh yeah. We're supposed to figure out some of the piece may not know a lot about Phas. Oh, don't you dare say I'm the best teacher. Don't do that to me. It's pressure that I don't need. Oh, nope. I just know a thing or two about stuff and things. That's all. Snow's your favorite? Ah, not for me. Not for me.
You have a mirror?
Do you want to give it a peeksies?
Sure. You know, it might
You've
be
ever
in the
played
garage.
Hold on, wait. Don't do it yet. Wait. Did you guys know when you look in the mirror, it shines an actual light on the room? Here, do you want to take a peek in the mirror now?
Yeah, sure. Did you see the ting?
No. Did you see it in here?
Yeah, I saw the this board.
Oh, bastards. I was over here. Okay.
Oh no. Do you want me to look again?
No, here, I'll do it.
Sure, I can do it, and I can take some sanity.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Your light's on. That's going to kind of ruin the effect. There it is.
There it is.
There's that light. Yeah.
It's subtle, but it's there.
It's subtle, but it's there. There we go. Saw the video thinking about the cool map to put on Phas, and one of them was the catacombs. That'd be cool. Yeah, but that'd be huge, though. Catacombs? That'd be massive. Grizzly Bear, thank you for the 6 months, dude. Gamer Group, welcome in.
I am ready for them to redo this
I don't know
map.
why I just threw
I'm
my lighter on the
excited.
ground. F that thing.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
excited for it, too. People are like, yeah, but it's your favorite map. I'm like, yeah, but that's why I'm more excited to see it change.
Yeah, but it's gonna be so good once it's done.
Like me. I'm subtle, but I'm there. I don't know why the brightness isn't adjustable to the VR port. Oh, I don't know. You'd have to talk to Phasmers about it.
What you doing, Ghosty?
All right. I don't see any herbicals.
Okay.
Brett, thank you so much again. And I appreciate all the kind words, friend. If you do need to raid and run, know that I appreciate it so much. But make sure you're taking care of yourself. Foods, rests, whatever it may be.
Where are you?
I'm out of here.
Are you here?
Does that fart
Really?
say anything to you?
Ghost. Really? Where are you? Where are you from?
Oops, stippies.
Are you here?
Stippies. No UV,
Close.
okay?
Are you from me?
It's hunting. It's hunting.
I'm gonna die.
There you go.
I'm gonna die.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just use the wheels on your whatchamacallits. Oh, it's going the other way. Now we're gonna die.
What? Why did he do that to me?
What do you mean, why did I do that? I'm out of stam. I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh, he reached across the table. That's hogwash. Thank you, Hunter. I didn't even get to choose.
Back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I didn't even get to choose the ghost.
Neither did I.
That's some
Oh my
bullshit.
god.
See, the loop was fine, but I think the separation, it caused him to go backwards the other way. I was like, okay, well, now we're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the loop does work. No, the loop 100%
I'm not good at
works.
looping. I'm sorry.
No,
I feel like
it's
that was-
okay. No,
yeah.
it totally works. You know what? That was just a warm-up run. It's just warm up.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Letting the ghost get limber. Alexis, thank you for the follow. Hello. All right. Richard Cordero.
There have been new reports of a cursed oxygen.
Sweater vest, dude. He seems like he's so nice because he's
Did you
dressed
say
all like
something about a
fancy and
sweater
stuff.
vest?
Yeah. Yeah, the ghost model last time, he was wearing the sweater vest.
Isn't he wearing just like a vest? I don't think it's a sweater vest.
Okay, well, I like to call him sweater vest, dude, okay?
How fancy you think these ghosts are? Sound like a Raiju from that heartbeat. Yeah. It's a sweater vest? Okay, damn, we can call it a sweater vest. Fine, we can call it a sweater vest. Jeez. All right, we have hiding in here. Good deal. No mirror. I hear nothing.
You know, I know where we went wrong. We looked in the mirror and we didn't take San.
Wait, I thought I did take sanity.
Oh, did you? I didn't.
Downstairs, right. HR chucking stuff straight ahead. I thought I heard a switch. At first I thought it was the ghost. It was her. All right. Game on. Thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're playing on Nightmare, so we'll get 2 pieces of evidence. The ghost owned a yacht. Yes, Richard Cordero. This, do that, do this, do that, do this. Find anything yet?
No.
Be funny if they did ghost backstories. I wish that
Ghost
there
shut up
were.
Once I got down here.
You can
It's
get a
being
little
real
bit.
quiet.
You can get a little bit of information, but honestly, it's not a ton. You honestly can't get a lot. No. People use flashlights. Yes, I use flashlights. Okay, I don't want to record that anyway. What the hell is wrong with using a flashlight? Liking being able to see without having to use NVIDIA filters to make the game look like shit? Yeah, I like using flashlights. Hey Tashi, how are you? What the hell's going on in there, huh? Want to explain yourself?
Boner in the bathroom, you know, like the
Want to explain
norm.
yourself?
That 9 times out of 10, I find my boners in the bathroom.
Just don't think about it too hard.
Roger that. Use the headset. Oh, I use both. I use both because it makes it a lot easier for people that are watching to be able to see if I'm using the flashlight. Because if I'm not, it's really, really dark. I'm sorry, backpedal. What'd you say?
Do we have any evidence?
I don't think so. Right. Nothing so far. Give me the spirit box. Give me some salt. Objectives. Crucifix. We need video camera. So let's bring this inside. Probably spirit box. Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. I'm bringing spirit box.
Okay.
Maybe a Goryo? Shh. You don't say that. Shh. Curse you. What the hell? Where are you?
Found far from
Are you
there.
here?
Found far from
Where
there.
are you? Are you here?
Here in the
We have writing? Did you?
Ooh.
Wait, is that an EMF at the switch? I think. Doesn't that mean it's not a mare? Alright, spirit box and writing.
Oh.
So, I don't remember who said this. It might have been Justly, it might have been Zero. I don't know, but I swear,
Okay.
there's always been this weird thing where like, like I was saying,
I don't think he wanted you to finish that statement.
There's always been this weird thing where randomly you would get an EMF at the switch and nothing would happen. Just out of nowhere, all of a sudden the lights would flicker, and then you'd have an EMF at the switch.
The lights flicker and you get an EMF, yeah.
I swear one of them said that if that happens, it's not a mare. I could be wrong.
It's not a mare.
I believe so.
Interesting.
I could be wrong, but we have our evidence. So Dio, Moroi, Pulte, Spirit, if that's true.
I've had some awful stinky mares the last couple days.
Well, I don't want one. No, thank you. Oh, a Dio would be nice. Hey, you could try to get a Dio response. You could try. Phasma guy, welcome in. Kylie, thank you for the follow. Did the ghost just swallow the whole? Well, you know, we were trying to have a conversation.
You mean like the Dio response I just got?
You are a lying sack of lies.
Nope. I definitely got a Dio response.
Okay, if it was a Dio response, then what did it say?
Something like...
Dio responses don't have words.
I wasn't speaking words. What do you mean?
You literally said, that's not a Dio response. See, look, he's coming to tell you. That's not what I said.
You want to tell him? You want to tell him?
Here. Where are you?
Taken away.
Where are you?
Left hurt.
Where are you?
Close.
Are you here?
Here.
Where are you? There's a lot of sounds happening at once. Where are you?
From behind.
Where are you?
Oh, God.
Are you here?
Sorry.
Where are you?
From behind.
Where are you? Are you here?
Here.
Damn it. Where are you?
Taken away.
Are you here?
Taken away.
Don't be taken away. Be right here. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
Do you like that one? There you go. You just gotta work for it.
I think I got it. Hold on. Let me see.
Did you record it?
Paranormal breathing. Yes, sir.
Nice.
So if you get paranormal breathing inside the journal. Oh, that's an event. I was like, wait,
Thank
no,
you.
it's a Dio. That came.
I know. I was trying to get the video. Yeah. Because we needed 3 videos for the objective.
Okay. Hey, do the thing again, please.
Well, if we want a perfect game, we can try for that. I was just getting objectives.
When in Rome. Did the breath stink? No, he was fine. His breath was perfectly fine. He had a bunch of those bathroom mints.
Oh, wonderful. The ones that were they Barons or Chinguses?
You choose. What does it say? Was that a
nice?
Okay. What do we
Shadow.
need? Just one video?
A video.
Oh, hunting ghost.
Perfect.
Easy peasy. Do we need crucies out of here? Or are we good? Should be okay.
We have this one. I can take it with me.
Your favorite ghosty?
Video camera? Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, Rhoda!
What happened?
He slammed the door in my face.
He's venting right now. What is he doing?
Yeah, he's venting. I don't know.
Oh, what a bastard.
Didn't quite get it.
Oh, he was a little shadow at the bottom of the stairs. What a turd.
Yeah, well,
that's right.
It's mean. He slammed the door on me.
We'll get him in a second. It'll be fine. What a jerk. Hunter girl, thank you for the heartbeat. All right. Here we go.
Anytime now, Richard.
Hey, City. Thank you for the 7-month prime.
Here, I'll get him some toys.
Give him the cat toy.
Why are you throwing stuff on the floor?
Here, you give the cat toy. I'll give a knife.
Oh, beautiful. He'll be so appreciative.
I think
you think he wants to play some games while he's, hanging out?
Maybe, and he might get thirsty, so I'll give him a cup.
And probably call a friend.
All right. And then he probably want to watch some TV,
I'm sure he wants to look at his neighbor's cat.
Look at that. Look at
Yeah.
this. Look at this collection of goods. And
It's
then he'll
great.
want to spray paint it
Perfect.
brown because he's tired of having that, that orange cat. So it's like brown. No offense.
Make
Or
sure,
anything.
make sure it's got a little brown. And here, I'll get him a paintbrush to help.
There we go. There we go. Do I miss old Phaz? How old? Is it gonna hunt again, or is it giving up?
Oh,
Hey,
all you had to do was
here
ask.
comes friend.
Richard, we're in the kitchen.
Friend.
Look at you.
Look at him. He's so damn
Doing
cute.
so good.
Wait, why me? Hey, why me? What did I do? What did I do? Hey! I'm just a boy! Leave me alone! I'm good.
Did you give him a kiss?
Before items had levels. Oh, no, absolutely not. Between then and now? Have you played the game since they've done all that? No, I didn't give him a smooch, no. We had a pep talk,
Aw,
though.
man. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Why is it
Like,
slow?
you can
Because of
do
the type of
it.
ghost it is.
You're doing such a good job haunting the house.
Hey, you're
that kind
doing
of
so
thing.
good. You're such a dead go. You're such a good dead go.
You're such a good one.
All right. Dio. I mean, now the mayor, so that might be true. The light switch thing, I don't know. It's hard to say. Played OG Phaz. Much prefer the level of me too. It's, yeah, this is better.
It's true. It was not a mare.
See? Just saying.
Yeah.
Everybody
So we
loves a
haven't proved
Dio.
it wrong yet.
There we go. All right, next. So we did Nels
my
and then we
twist.
did Willers.
I forgot. What? Oh, that is not what I meant to click. Let's do a Sunny.
I don't know. I believe you.
I did it. It was a misclick.
I also missed the OG lobby. I kind of wish that we had the option to go between them.
Check the equipment and get set up
You could
before
like choose.
investigating.
Do you like our fancy updated timer?
Violence or sightings, but please
I
remain
do. Yeah. So fancy.
So
Why
fancy,
is it
so generic.
only? I think it's only bigger on this map, right?
No, it's not
Sunny?
bigger.
And
It's
Sunny
no.
restricted?
It's missing the black background around it. Angel, welcome in. Features.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. What's up, Loki?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go find us a ghosty. 9% sure. First time catching a later stream. Switch jobs and shifts. Ah. I didn't even look to see what section we had. Who cares? Let's search. Hey, good night, Sib. Have a good one. Base Monte. Good night, Macy. We have a mirror. All right, I saw a partition that was like in the middle of the room. You know what I mean?
Probably. I think so.
Here we go. White Kitty, thank you for the raid. Welcome in.
Back of the hospital wing.
What was the key in the lobby for? What key in the lobby? Unless it was like here or something. Nope, I just heard, hey. It's probably like...
Dang. Just gonna bring you ghost hunting all the time.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
That is the one.
That's the one. Yeah. So you picked up a key from the box in the
Just gonna
reception.
bring you ghost hunting all the time. Look how fast you found it.
Oh no, I rang a bell in the lobby. I picked a key up in the truck. Husky, think of the follow in the rows. Banshee whale, go. Nothing. All right.
You just wait.
What?
Another banshee where you're the target?
No. Well, I mean, listen, I'll take it. If we know what it is, that's fine. Thank you, Husky. I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna keep doing this just in case. You never know. Lurk for a bit. The ghosties were great tonight. Good. I appreciate it. Thank you. Seen the TikTok, the reels all the time. Never actually caught a stream. What's up, man? What's up, Mosey? Here, we'll leave that guy there. We'll leave it there. They also fixed the bone on this map too for anybody that's been taking advantage of that. Yeah, what you saw me do here was that. You hate hearing it? I love hearing it. It's a borderline guarantee outside of having like a mimic like we did. I don't like it.
All right, I got the Vegas and the dots and protection.
UV. Is UV already down there?
UV's already down there.
Did you have a chance to check UV while you were down there?
No, it didn't touch anything.
Okay, I'll bring some salt. Does the ghost ring the bell if it's in the... Yeah, it can. Oh, yeah, I've had the ghost hunt throughout the lobby and ring the bell over and over and over again, for sure. Did you sail all the 7 seas? Well, we didn't sail any seas, Mr. Chip. We ran in to collect some booty while also slapping booty. It was good. Obviously, a little rough around certain edges, but a very nice looking game. And I think it has good potential. I mean, this was just a play test. A flash sandwich? What the hell is a flash sandwich? How can you tell freezing temps by your character's breath? You can't tell freezing temps by your character's breath. Yeah, that's not a thing. It used to be way back in the day. That's been going for a long time.
Wait. Oh, we have an orb.
Why is it out here?
I don't know. We have the orb is in here.
Okay. There we go. Hey, you want to talk to the
Oh,
ghost?
it's back. It just went for a wander. Hello, ghost.
You guys
Are
have a
you
chat.
here?
Purchase Windroads. I did too,
Are you
Mr. Chip.
friendly?
I want to, yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it. Nothing?
You ready to mingle? I don't know. Do you like long walks on the beach? What am I supposed to be talking to her about?
I don't know, whatever you want.
Oh, okay. Where are you? Are you here? Are you
Apoc
close?
3 Ghost Banshee. Well, what's funny? Oh my
Where
god.
are you?
Ding 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 ding. Just got done with some Mouse PI for Hire. How was? That game looks good too. That's another one that's on the list, man. So just orbicals right now, yeah?
Yeah, no freezing. Wasn't
Okay.
getting spirit box.
Okay. Noted.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
see UV, right?
No UV. All right, let's go get some protections. Yeah, Mouse PI for Hire also looks really good. Ashley, welcome in. What's up, Samuel? 9 out of 10 recommend. The cheese puns can become too much at some point. You know, I've heard that same critique. Who said that? Was that Moist? I think he said that they can become a little much,
What we
but
thinking?
beyond that,
What we thinking?
I don't know. It's not giving us any clues.
It is not.
Alan Wake is 90%
Very
off.
quiet.
That's another one. Goodness.
This is like Blue's Clues or like...
No, it's like Blue's Clues. You got to find another
Scooby-Doo?
paw print.
Oh, perfect.
That's the second clue.
Okay.
We put it in our
Blue's Clues,
notebook.
Blue's Clues.
See?
Yes, we did.
It all makes sense.
It does.
All right, so there's your orbital. Oreo's off the table.
around.
We have all the evidence in there. Okay, we might need thermometer. Okay, fine. Thank you,
Yeah,
son.
we have all the evidence in there. Weren't getting UVs.
No.
Oh, I don't know. Watch
Could
it.
be
I've written
writing.
in the book when we get back.
As I say,
Yeah.
it could be writing. It's
Same
nightmare.
thought.
Multiplier is going to be 4.0.
Ransom stairs.
Well, might as well go for sounds. F it. F it, Jeff it. Roxy, I swear to God. You don't have a sound, but you have emojis. Guide the way.
Time. This reminds me of being a pirate all of a sudden.
Oh, reminds me of Paul Revere.
Oh.
Get it?
One by
Land.
land, 2 by sea.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Had to teach my kids about that today. Hey, get good. What's up? Fart inbound.
Did you see that fart like go past
Yeah.
us and like what the heck?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Why so
That's
spicy?
not nice. And no writing. Okay.
Said yes or oh, no writing. Okay.
Interesting.
Why is it spicy? What is the fastest way to level up? Play the fastest, play the highest difficulty you possibly can as fast as you possibly can. Yeah. Is it the best way to learn to play the game?
Fast?
Absolutely not.
But we have orbs. Oh, and dots. Oh.
Bye. Have a great time. Oh, it could have been a banshee. Oh, if I get a banshee scream, I swear to God. Ah, swears to it. No, don't you ruin this.
All right, Catherine, settle down.
All right, fire extinguish, burn cruci, random sound. Yeah, sounds are done.
Nice, nice.
Another ghost fart inbound.
I'm confused. I don't.
Have ghosties been behaving? They've been okay. Not too bad.
What
Off
is
to bed.
that
Good night,
metaphor?
Apocalypse.
Did you get farted on?
Yes. We saw the fart go in.
No, like just barely.
No, not right now. I thought it would have been because we heard the EMF 4.
Oh, yeah, no, that EMF 4. I was like, I don't know where it came from. It's been a minute.
No, that was not a banshee scream.
Okay, well, this has been great.
Had a good
I
time.
think it might be time to leave. But
Bye. Have a great time.
fun.
Eee. Eee. You better run. All right.
Oh, she gonna eat my booty.
You go eat your cheeks. I left a parabolic microphone on the stairs.
Oh.
Leviosa. Not Leviosa.
Look at you.
Stop it, Ron. Stop.
I've never tried that before. I didn't know you could stack the books on.
Well, apparently we can. Now we wait. Hey, Shiesty, thank you for the army. Classic, how are you? Welcome in. All right. Coming down here with the paramite. What up, Georgie? No hunting yet. They fixed the bone, but not the floating books. That is correct. Yes. Hunting. It's fast. That's a Thay or a Raiju. It's hard to tell. Oh, Lord, it coming. Oh, Lord, she's still coming. It's gotta be a Thay. It's gotta be a Thay. There's no electronics over there, right? There was like that, but like the that really sucks. That really sucked.
I don't know. We probably should check.
First thing I heard is a banshee scream will only happen for the target. I don't know if that's true or not. Yeah, if you're saying if that's no, there's definitely not. It's definitely not that the target's the only one, but maybe the host. What's going on down there?
I think she was venting somewhere.
I think she was trying to say hello to you.
I don't think she was very close, though.
I'm not sure, but I might have gotten all the electronics.
All right. Got a feeling it's a thing. Oh, feeling good? Feeling good? What's up, redhead? What have I missed? Click back on a red hallway. Oh, we're just, doing some Sunny Meadows. That's fine. Tell me which way is out. Up, over, down. Oh, that's what she said.
That way.
Silence.
West by 20 degrees.
What? It almost sounds like significantly slower, like we aged it a decent amount, which we weren't really near it. And it's gone. Oh, it's coming back. Oh, it's going the other way. Oh, it's coming back.
Wait, slower than last.
Yeah, the speed is slower, like it's aged.
But we weren't.
We weren't
Are you sure
near
it's
it.
not Reju?
I'm.
Turn off the electronics.
Yeah, but you were near it enough. I mean, you just have to be near it for like a minute. If they didn't start hunting and that door closes, can they pass through the? Oh no! Wait. If they
Can I go
start,
turn the electronics back on? I couldn't hear her.
if you like, I'm fairly certain that this is a thing. Like you could
You think it's a thing?
give it a look-see doodle.
You
Yeah,
really think she slowed down that much?
you could give it a try.
Okay.
One more, just to be sure. One more to be sure.
Listen, you know way more than me.
I'd say one more to be sure. Watching the vids, I appreciate it, friend. Thank you guys for the gifts. Appreciate you. That door always closes during a hunt. Always.
What?
She needs to come this way. She's walking the other way again. I don't want to trap myself either.
To see her because we have.
Come on. She's just staying right out of range. Oh, she's such a butthole. Nope. She's literally walking back and forth out of range. Wow. What a unsufferable turd. Is there hiding in one of these first rooms?
Probably in this one, yeah. Yeah, next to the bed is pretty solid.
All right. That's how it's going to work. What up, Plague? Watch the videos for 5 hours. Oh my God. F it, Jeff it.
She's still in that same.
We're doing it. We're doing it live. She's ringy rosying. No, thank you, ma'am.
Ow.
I will pass. Now we wait.
Love how she waits forever to.
I know.
Like, we didn't smudge you.
No. No.
He
she's
just hissed at me. Rude.
What'd she say?
You know, like a cat.
Or she say, shh.
Maybe.
Oh my God, lady. Come on.
He's taking 25 years.
I know. I'm waiting for this door to shut so we know for sure. Ma'am. Watch the Trees Hate You game. That was pretty funny. That was so rage inducing. But it was still, it was a funny game.
Call her Stinky and leave.
Catherine Gayton. Another relative to a
Catherine.
murderer. What the hell? I don't want to stand there because if it events, it's going to event in the room on top of us and it's going to kill it.
No,
Fine, I'll just read the rules.
We'll
Patients shall be
Oh, there
bathed
she
at
goes.
least once a week. Once a week? What the?
I think she's confused.
What's up, Landon? Welcome in. Mrs. Blue, how are you? There's no line of sight speed up there. Yeah, I'd say that's a face of her.
Yeah, she's like faster than normal, but she definitely won't rush
but also
you.
didn't speed up with line of sight. Yeah, we're on Nightmare. It's on Sunny Meadows.
And
Restricted.
wasn't fast. I did turn on some electronics, so she wasn't faster near those either.
Just to make sure.
I know. Well, and that got us the last 2 objectives, so there you go.
There we go. All the things in the stuff.
Yeah.
The tree ripping the hat has to be... I'm so glad that was your favorite part. That jerk hole of a tree. A dead tree, to be certain as well. Purple, welcome in. How are you? All right. Go see objectives. Done.
Yep.
Cool.
Yippers.
Abigail, welcome in. Oh, my goodness. That might have to be the last one. It is getting late.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Friend, I think that's going to be the last one for me.
Alrighty.
I appreciate you, though.
Thank you for the games. Thank you for the
games.
invite.
Of course. Thank you for playing.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Goodbye.
Bye.
Are perfect games worth it? Worth it in the sense of money, as in how much you're going to make in game? No. No, I don't think so. I think that you are better off doing objectives and getting the ghost and moving on. If you like the idea of trying to get a perfect game just to challenge yourself, I'd say go for it. I would say go for it. That's the reason I go for perfect games, is because I want to challenge myself. I don't go for perfect games because I'm like, ooh, this is going to give me all the XP and monies. No, you're better off, honestly, playing around, getting the ghost objectives, go to the next one. Just move on to the next one. It is not worth it. As for the event, you guys have 20 hours and 15 minutes. 20 hours and 15 minutes left to complete whatever it is that you're going to complete. So my suggestions to you would be to absolutely do the cosmetic one. We don't know when the cosmetics are coming into the game. They're going to be coming soon, I hope. As of right now, the only thing we know of is the May 12th date that is going to be the Alan Wake stuff. So we shall see. But yeah, just do the stuff and the things, man. Oh, and this will eventually update with the next dates that they're going to have, but we don't have any idea of when the next drops are actually going to happen. We don't know. Who's Alan Wake? I would suggest doing a Google, friend. Yeah. Alan Wake is a game. Vixen, thank you for the follow. Hello. All right. All right. I'm going to end it over on the Talkie Ticks, so that way we can go find someone to say hi to. Find someone to say hi to over on the Twitch side. I appreciate you, friends. Kick, stay with you, friends. Thank you. The game is on super sale too. Yeah, I need to get it actually before it goes away. Do we know how long it's on sale for? I need to check and see what that text was for my wife too. To the 24th. Okay. So we don't have too long. Hey, what up, Doughboy? Huge fan. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm definitely going to look into that whatever Agachi game or whatever it was on Switch. I mean, it looks so funny. That, the mouse PI for hire, dude, there's so many games I want to get into. What game? Oh, the game on sale, Alan Wake. Yeah, Alan Wake. You're playing it right now? Dude, it looks so funny. Oh, I do community days sometimes, Doughboy. I'm going to do a community day at the beginning of next month. I don't have a set day or anything like that, but it'll be coming soon. It's like $1 on Steam. Dude, I just need to go look right now. Well, okay, here's my issue, though. So, Alan Wake is on sale, which is great and all. The problem is that it is the normal version and it's not the remastered version. That's not on Steam. I'm gonna have to get that through Epic. Good night, Phantom. Have a good one, friend. Callie, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Always I appreciate yous. Yeah, it's $1, but yeah. Alan Wake 2 only on Epic also. Yeah, I guess whenever they did the remastered and they were moving on to the second one, they just realized they're just going to keep them on Epic, which is fine. I like it if it's on Steam, but if it's not the end of the world. Ain't the end of the worlds. Good night, Doughboy. Great to have you, friend. All right. Let's see. Well, I'm glad that the pirate game, the last pirate, I'm glad that even though there was some glitchy stuff, like a few things here or there, the game, the game volume or the voice volume was actually pretty damn good. The lobby was weird. The lobby audio sounded like crap, but once we got in game, the audio sounded fine. So it's weird. Got your shirt today. Can't wait to wear it. Oh, I got my Chaos Cruise shirt. It's a Patreon thing. I got that in the mail today. So I got that to wear too. Okay. Let us prepare to go a raid, friends. Let's prepares. Let us prepares. It is the 20th of April. If we do reach the extended goal for the month, we're going to do a 12-hour stream next month. I don't know what day it would possibly be, but we would find ourselves a day. Why is this frozen? There we go. Fixed it. Jeez, thank you for the subs, friendo. Hey, Supa. Have a good night, friend. Thank you. I might even tomorrow be able to do my TikTok lunchtime stream. That might be possible. I did a test tonight by running it for a little bit while we were doing Phas and stuff, and it seemed okay. I wasn't running into any big lag problems or anything like that, so might keep it. Maybe. I don't know, man. It's all about testing and trying stuff out, so we'll see. Couldn't get here earlier, friend. You get here whenever you want to. If you can't make it, I appreciate you for even thinking about it. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot, dude. Thank you. It was good. I mean, the VOD's obviously not going to go anywhere. The VODs will live. So if you want to go back, we played the last Pirates. So that's going to be there. I'll make sure to make a video about that too. So if you guys are ready to see that, I'll post that in the next couple days, I'm sure. That's a hot commodity. As for the other games, man, there's just so many. There's so many, and I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled for whenever new ones are popping too. So we'll see. Don't Revive, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, let's go raid. I know where we're going to go. If you guys are not in the Discord already, the Discord link is in chat. So is the rest of socials. All the links are there, friends. If you need any of them, they are there. They exist. And if you are ever looking for the streams whenever we are not live here, they are always live on my 24/7 channel. I'm going to download some more recent VODs and add them to that playlist. So that way there's some more recent ones there. I mean, there's recent ones, but I mean like within the last like few weeks, I'll add some of those VODs in there too. So that way those play too. So yeah. Yeah. Good night, Logic. Appreciate you, friend. All right. Let's raid. If you're a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, that's for you. Creepy tier 3, that's for you. We were just playing with Break, so we're going to go say how to Break. Break is moving over to Retro Rewind. I don't know how far along her store is, so I guess we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, I need some more horror games. Like more horror, like indie games. Although I did put a post out on X, and a lot of developers were responding to it with their games, which is super cool. So I want to go through that list. And I want to try to find games that we want to play on stream. So I'll find some. I have 51K in retro. I've spent way too much time. Oh my God. You have 51,000 in retro. Jesus Christ. But yeah, a lot of developers responded. So I'm going to go through and look at these games. There's so many different types. So many different types. Dead letter department is fun. Oh no, I'm horrible with typing. I'm terrible. Did you see the Retro Rewind dev update? They're adding video games soon. I did hear, and also adding the ability to fix tapes, to fix broken tapes too. I saw that. No, Pumpkin, I saw that. Thank you for the response. I saw Project Songbird. I have a couple of friends that were playing that recently too. Yeah. That explains so much. Wait, what explains what? What happened? I have played Rewind 99. I played that on release day. Yeah. I have a lot of broken tapes too. You're bad at typing. Oh yeah. What do you mean? Wait, what does that explain? I've never been good at typing. I've never learned the proper way. I learned by pecking and then figuring out from there. That explains so much. That don't explain nothing. I'd like for the cursor to not get lost when you use dialogue windows. Wait, what? All right. Oh no. Chrome, don't do this to me. Okay, it's like freezing up. Oh my God, there we go. I'll keep my secrets. All right. Let's go say hi to Break before these ads come in. I don't want you guys to get hit by these before we leave. Oh, Unsalted. I don't know what that is. This live got off work, but I'll watch it over on YouTube. I appreciate you, Edgar. Yeah, no worries, man. The cursor jumps to another place in the screen. Waste time to click the next thing. Ah, understood. Oh, she's got two of my favorite tapes right now on her new releases. Forward to the Past and 13 Bodies. All right, let's go raid. You guys are freaking awesome. Thank you guys again thank you guys so much all the time. You guys are freaking awesome. A store sim with zombie raids. Oh. Nerd? You're a nerd. Hey. I am looking forward to State of Decay 3 though. One of my biggest complaints about State of Decay was the fact that you weren't able to do it multiplayer. And State of Decay 3 is co-op. I'm excited for that. Yeah, I'll be playing that for sure. Because State of Decay 2 was cool. Like, I remember playing that. That was fun. Oh, you can do co-op in 2 now? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I'm going to wait for 3. But Mom. That's cool. I didn't know that they had co-op in 2. No idea. I do wish that we could let others at least view our store. That would be cool. Yeah, allow people to allow multiplayer inside of Retro Rewind where you just show up and you can walk in the store and not mess with anything, but just maybe be a customer. And you actually can be a customer and you can go grab tapes and rent stuff. I don't know. That'd be cool. All right. Let's go raid Break. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much always. You guys are amazeballs. I will see you guys on Wednesday for possibly horror. We might possibly not be playing horror. Not be. Yep, that's what I said. It depends on the mood, man. It really does, because that, as ridiculous it would be and very out of left field for us, the Tamagotchi game just looks really entertaining and funny. So we'll see what the mood, where the wind takes us and where our mood is by then. But I love you guys. I will see you later. I appreciate everything that you do. Goodbye. I love you. Bye.